Hey everybody, this is the SOMIFA live draft, which I don't even know if, let's see how I can do this. Let me see if I can pull up SOMIFA website and then we can see the picks as they're happening. I'll have to keep updating this. Let me see if I can put this over here. All right, no picks have been added yet, but let's see where we're at. So the first 4 picks, we had Trevor Lawrence 1-1, Micah Parsons 1-2, Patrick Surtain 1-3, and Mac Jones 1-4. I guess I could just have him in here. Just be typing. Zoom this in. Yeah, that'll work. So there you go. Let's see if anybody joins the broadcast. Nope. The Jets get Trey Lance. Nice. So I'm covering the draft for Bob, and he was going to pick Micah Parsons. So I moved down a spot and let Mick take Trevor Lawrence to pick up this pick here. So now there's an extra pick for Bob. He still got the guy he wants. So with the Kibitz, Dan's joined us. I don't know Tom yet, though. I don't know. You don't want to put people's names in the chat room while they're still on the board. I gotta do some catching up here. Cleveland comes in hard with Jamar Chase. Nice. Miami is on the clock. Yeah. Pitts just comes off the board. Sewell. own draft list here. So let's go through this. Holland just whoops. Catch up on this list. Hey, have some company here.
Hey, Dennis.
How's it going?
Not too bad.
All right, how you doing?
Good.
Who's that, Michael Reeves?
Hey,
Michael Reeves
Thomas.
is in.
How are you?
I'm doing pretty well. How come I can only see myself in the bottom?
Good to hear from you.
Usually I thought you'd see all the people. I thought you usually
Well-
see the on the cheap seats. Oh, there you go. Usually you can see the names of the people. So Nathan's here.
Yep.
There's no scrolling down here. I don't know.
Well, you're not doing the broadcast. I guess it's your. I'm sharing my screen. But
Yeah, no,
really,
I see that. I thought that normally if you joined, you would see the names on the bottom of the other people in this thing. So I don't start bad mouthing Michael Reeves and thinking he's not here, right, Michael?
yeah, but this is live, so
Absolutely.
you can't be bad mouthing anybody.
It's live. You can bad mouth people live. Sure you can. I can start with AEW.
There you go.
I'm going to trade here. Tim's trading up from 12
to 11.
He's giving up a 5. Okay.
So let's put Tampa Bay here, and New York Giants here.
I am the least prepared I've been since like the Vince Young days, Dennis. So
Nice.
I'm prepared about 3% of my normal prep, but I wanted to do more. Just by the time I got around to everything. But I think if my health is good, I think next year I should be back to my normal routine. And my health is good now. For people, Michael inquired.
Nice.
Oh, how about is Tim trading up to Zach Wilson? How about that?
Yeah, I bet he is. He
loves the quarterbacks. Like Justin Fields and Zach Wilson. You got 3 starting quarterbacks still on the board, and you got Jordan Love still on the board. Actually, Dennis, you got 4 starting quarterbacks on the board. You know why?
Is Geno Smith in the draft?
That's right, Geno Smith. That's right, baby.
Hey, let's go. He wanted the running back. Javonte Williams.
I could draft Geno and then cut Sam Darnold. Have a battle. Actually, no, I can't do that because Sam has to start for me this year. He's at 100 attempts. I'll be either periodically muting or chewing in your ear. So let me know if I start
Okay.
chewing too loud because I'm pretty hungry.
What you got? What's on the menu?
Oh, I'm so hungry. I was about to eat. Now I'm going to tell you what's on the menu. I'm having salad and some leftover feta cheese and spinach chicken. Like a chicken with feta cheese and spinach.
Nice.
So can we talk openly about players in here, or are people going to get pissed? This is an unofficial channel, so what's
Yeah,
up?
this is talk about whatever you want. That's all good.
So if you don't want to hear about players, then stay away.
So just
So if someone's like late around, and someone's like, I can't believe this guy's still on the board, and Nathan can't get like, I was about to draft him, right, Nathan?
I don't care.
Yes.
I don't care either.
If they are that late, they should go at any time anyway.
Nathan's got his Minshew championship. He doesn't care anymore. He's running all the leagues now.
It's stuck. Hold on.
So Bob was taking Parsons no matter what, and I told him, I said, hey, let me see if I can get an extra pick for you. So just move down a spot and let him pick up an extra fourth, so that Nick can have his choice of the quarterbacks.
Yeah, the old loose lip sinking ships. I was looking to trade up to get Trevor Lawrence, and what's his name? Mick told me that, that's a guy I would not pass on number 2. So I passed that info on to Dennis, and then I did not. I did too. I
did not. I don't have any record of Trevor Lawrence. I have a record of you saying you were trying to gauge about who he was taking to see if he would move up. There's no Trevor Lawrence in that trade. In that email trade, so your lips were not loose. But I talked to Mick and I said Bob doesn't care which quarterback he gets because he wasn't taking any quarterback no matter what. So that's how that trade came about. So I kind of implied that he was taking a quarterback, but really he wasn't taking either one. But I couldn't do that with the Chargers. Old Diablo and his love of defensive players, he took Surtain at 1-3. If he would have thought to try to do that same trick with him, he would have taken Parsons. So couldn't do that. Oh, we got to add Tom again. The old switching mojos. Okay, you're in.
Yeah, my mouse involuntarily right clicks at times, and somehow it brought me out of this thing. I googled it, looked for searches, and it didn't work out.
Ron tried to trade a first and third next year, and Denver second this year for 112, but he can't do both. You got to keep either a first or a second and third. Really, Joe's trying to trade out of here. Pick up a bounty. It had to be a first and fourth next year, or first next year and a third this year. It's complicated. This seems like one of my trades.
Dennis, I made you a Devonta Freeman offer.
I saw that. I'm juggling too many things right now, so.
I know you're drafting. You have a pick coming up. I know you're drafting for other people. Who are you drafting for? Bob? Only Bob, or?
Only Bob. Yeah. Thank goodness.
All right. Well, it's there. It's not affecting this round, of course. Unless you want to give me your number 1 this year and next for him instead.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know if I need him. That's the thing is I got to look because since you weren't ready to talk trade at the time, understandably, I wound up trading for Jordan Howard with his crazy card and somebody else. Who else did I trade for? Devontae Booker. So I have kind of a Freeman light already. Devontae, the lower Devontae. It's like Ajax and the lower Ajax, the lesser Ajax. I got the lesser Devontae. But But I'll look at it. Is Freeman still on a roster somewhere?
I have to double check.
Joe loses all of his extra minutes. Elijah Mitchell comes off the board. Ron's moving up for an impact card. So Pitt goes here. And what first and fourth and fifth next year.
You know, I like I like the Denver guy. Well, I haven't done my video scouting. So just like I like the Denver guy from what I've read. I've done video scouting this year, so like my opinions are like you pretty much ignore them, but we're just talking. But with a lot, I'd rather have a guy in San Francisco's system, and we don't know if Lance can complete efficiently in the passing game. But I think you're much more likely to get a really good card out of Elijah Mitchell than you are with Russell Wilson there. A much better quarterback situation with Denver. You know what I'm saying? Interesting.
Yeah. Well, the thing is though, Shanahan's not to be trusted with halfbacks. So Elijah Mitchell this year, 2 years from now, will he still be a productive halfback or a starting halfback? That's the thing that bugs me.
Yeah, but how long did it last anyway?
Right.
You might
yeah, that's the
you might get three. How many running backs left anyway at a high level? You might get 3 or 4 good cards out of the guy. You're definitely getting a good card this year and next year. I would wager.
Yeah. Being in that trailer.
If Russell, if Denver does play pass first, which they seem like they're going to, it's very hard to get good quarterbacks running cards in that system. I don't even like the guy. I'm just saying. I'm not saying don't take the guy. I'm just saying I don't know. It's a tough call. It's like the better NFL player versus maybe the better strat card.
Right. I mean, if you look at the early Russell Wilson cards and all those good cards that Marshawn Lynch put up, I think maybe that's what you're going to see with Lance and the impact he has on the running game in San Francisco. So you'll get a lot of good halfback cards as he develops, as the whole team has that kind of, I don't know, not necessarily read option anymore because Debo's there with his jet sweeps and stuff, but a lot of good running cards are going to come out of San Francisco. I see what you're saying. You know what the worst part about drafting for somebody else is?
You can't pay attention to your own stuff?
No, it's kind of. It's just having to update their sheet.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I hate that. Like, I wish somehow I could do one update and take it off of both sheets. Creed Humphreys. There he is.
Might be about to make a big trade.
Nice. Rumor has it that Zeb has traded. Is it rumor or is it actually? Did he actually announce it? Yeah, Dalvin Cook is gone. So I don't know if you guys saw that. Dalvin Cook heads to Las Vegas. Made a big move. Oh, Joker goes at 115. I think that's a spin, right? Buffalo back-to-back picks. So you moving into one of these picks, Tom? Oh, I put them in here. This is who did Minnesota take? Creed Humphrey. He goes here. That was the thing that bugged me before when we did a broadcast of SOMIFA or Autumn Wind, is that there was no, like, when we were doing it, it was just us talking without any reference of the draft picks. So that's why I'm sticking them in there so we can have this as part of our broadcast. Fryermuth was a big, strong move here. Oh, I'm coming up. Are we, Michael, are we good with what we talked about?
Yep.
Yeah.
Don't do it, Michael.
This is fun, right, guys?
Yeah. I'm glad you did this.
Well, it's Tom's idea, but I just meant the whole drafting thing. But this live chat. This is a good group. Chime in, guys, if you.
I'm too busy thinking about 119.
I know it's coming.
It is.
Some juicy choices there.
Maybe I'll pick a 5th running back.
Hey, there's a couple good ones there.
I couldn't take Tom's wrath.
Oh, there goes one of the running backs. Speak of the devil. Orlando al Rey de Roma. Let's let me type this in. Oh, that's a juicy trade. So you prefer good old reliable Mac Jones to the unknown of Trey Lance, huh? Bird in the hand over 2 in the bush. Did Tom fall out again? Tom, where are you? Talk to us.
I was trying to make a big fucking trade, and I can't talk and like trying to make a big trade here. Then I see I'm texting the guy, and I'm gonna catch him in the picks. Basically, I think Trey Lance is just. I watched the way he runs last year. He's gonna get smashed regularly. I think he's gonna get injured all the time. I think he might have some really good years. I think he might have some great strat cards. I feel like Mac is at least like. It's not like I'm a huge Mac Jones fan, but I'm like he'll at least be okay. You know, maybe he'll be my Derek Carr or something. I don't know, but I wasn't like thrilled with what I saw from Lance. He might be really good. He might be explosive. He might be great. I don't know. I think he's going to injure a lot. You know, the way I saw him running last year. I did watch some of his highlights last year because he's a quarterback, and I was like, this guy doesn't even he's not even that powerfully built. He doesn't try to avoid contact at all. He like turns up the seam. He's like running straight into linebackers, and it's like. This guy is just like an injury waiting to happen, you know. So I'm concerned about that primarily. But like Surtain was gone. Like if Surtain and Parsons and Mac Jones and the other quarterback and Trevor Lawrence are gone, and you still meet number 5, who do you take? I have no quarterback,
Right.
and it's like are you sure? I love Kyle Pitts and everything like that, and I love Jamar Chase, but it's like I have no quarterback, so I really not take Trey Lance for a tight end, or whatever, So it's like I kind of was. Like, all right, I'll do it. It's like back. I mean, I'm not obviously. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it's still New England. I know Josh McDaniels is gone, and that could be a big problem. But if he was a first-round pick, and I don't know, we'll see what happens. It's not like I'm like, oh, I love Mac Jones. This is the move. It's more like I could use like a long-term NFL star. I need a long-starting quarterback. I think he'll be one, and I'm just concerned about Lance. And I didn't do a lot of draft prep this year anyway. So, and I have a bunch of picks, so it's like, yeah, take the extra 3 and 4, fine.
Nice. I like it. So I needed some help at inside linebacker. So that's where this trade comes from. There's just not a lot in the draft. I still need another inside linebacker. And I think there's hopefully be somebody decent there in a few picks. And Michael's got his choice of fine specimens here. Okay, this is Michael. Now that's caught up. So you went with the free safety, Michael.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty cool.
Well,
First time you got him in the league, right?
I went back and forth between him and
Yeah.
Bolton with Kansas City, but
Nice.
I think Wilson really more as an inside. I can still use him at outside linebacker, and maybe Devin Bush will wake up. I doubt it. I think he's going to turn out to be a bust, but
Makes sense.
we'll see. My safety is Kazee, so I definitely it's a position that I needed help. So
Fair enough. San Francisco's up. Okay. Get ready for Bob's pick.
thanks, Dennis. I think that's a good trade that's going to help us both.
Yeah, I agree. Eric Stokes. Cornerback. So is he going to play on the outside at some point, or is he still a slot guy?
Are you talking to me?
Just in general, Eric Stokes. I love him. He plays great, but I hate the fact that he's pigeonholed or slated to start in the slot.
The third, yeah.
Oh no, he's starting on the outside now.
Oh, he's a boundary guy.
Yeah, I thought
Oh,
Yeah.
Phil Douglas is the.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
What was the trade
For who?
with Michael?
For me and Michael, he traded me one. I traded him 119 for 2.5, and C.J. Mosley for some inside. He had an extra inside linebacker. Waddle goes. Dallas.
I did do a little Stokes scouting, and I do like him.
Yeah. Well, if Ed likes him, that's always a good sign.
I like Stokes.
And if you like him, that helps too. Greg Gaines comes off the board the first round. Nose tackle action.
And Nathan, look, I can grab Zach Wilson in the second round. I can have Zach Wilson and Sam Donald.
Devonta.
You might be able to put together 8 games between two of them.
Oh wow! If that Matt Jones, I could get Zach Wilson in the second, maybe Gina in the third. I have Sam Donald, Zach Wilson, all the former young Jet quarterbacks and current. I really like Devonta Smith a lot, Nathan.
Yeah, I've seen him really high and I've seen him really low. I think maybe because A.J. Brown's there, people are kind of a little down on him. I actually like Waddle a lot, though, too.
I
don't like Waddle.
I'm not a big Waddle guy. I'm much bigger on, especially in that situation.
Well,
I've already seen the things with Smith even in that situation.
Yeah, you'd definitely be guessing with Waddle because he averaged like 9.8 a catch or whatever last year. But I think that had to do with the offense more than the quarterback, more than what they'll probably do this year.
Well, you won't be able to take Zach Wilson because that's who Arizona's going to take right here at 2.1. Jets, Jets.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see who I'm going to take here. That kind of worked out okay for Arizona. He was like second on his list after, not second, but pretty high up there on his list after Parsons in the first. Hopefully he turns out to be good.
Cool. He had the first pick and he didn't want a quarterback.
I know, crazy. He wanted Micah Parsons, top of his list.
I mean, Parsons is great, but if you think Lawrence is any good at all, you could trade him for a guy like Parsons and something else.
Yeah, there's certain types of coaches that are aggressive when they have in that position, and the other type just kind of stays there and pick who they pick.
Well, that's almost all the more reason to take the quarterback, though, isn't it?
I agree, but that's what he got in those lists.
I blame Dennis.
Me?
Nathan Landry passed on Joe Burrow to take a non-quarterback. It was same type of deal.
Oh,
It's like I don't know how you don't and that team. I don't know how you don't take Trevor Lawrence. It's crazy.
yeah.
You can't touch the table.
Maybe he saw me pass on Kyler Murray and was just so inspired by the Minshew run. What do you think?
Could be.
Well, I think either way, you should pick up White in the third round just in case.
Anybody looking to trade up here? All right. Bolton or Werner? Which one do you guys like better?
Bolton or who?
Werner, Pete Werner.
Between Bolton and Werner.
Oh.
Werner. I'd go Bolton.
Bolton.
Me too.
I like Bolton when I saw him on the field last year.
All right, I'll go with that so I can play Landry on the line. Or not Landry, Judon.
You want Judon on your line for sure.
Haha, now I can take Werner. No, I'm just teasing, Dennis. I do like Bolton. I like Bolton quite a bit. I was just teasing. And he's one of the few guys I have seen enough of because they were in the playoffs. I was watching all the shows like, oh, this guy's pretty good.
If I'd have not made that trade with you, I probably would have taken him there too. So.
Well, there's lots of guys left that I like a lot, but
Yeah. I considered him at my pick too, but my need at receiver is huge, and Smith is pretty good.
Yeah,
ball.
Smith is fantastic.
Good
I mean-
combination of need and talent.
I almost went. It's okay to talk. I almost went Newsom for cornerback. That would have been a good fit for me. I also almost went Elijah Moore for wide receiver, which is another.
Mhm.
He would have been my third wide receiver, but this gives me a little bit of flexibility on the defense.
That's a nice pick here.
Quiddy Pay, that's another guy. That's just something better.
Thanks. I would have taken Bolton if he was there, but I have a lot of linebackers actually. Yeah, it's hard to get like a real defensive end. You know what I mean, Nathan?
Yeah.
You know, and he seemed like the type. I actually liked him better than Russo, although I didn't really scout Russo as much for the long term. He's just like still like a solid player. I don't think he's like a great player, but maybe like 5'7", 5'8" every year type of guy, maybe, you know.
I've actually seen a ton of articles talking about Quiddy Pay being a breakout player this year. Like probably 7-1 versus Rousseau, like everyone's saying it. So
Yeah. And
I haven't really watched Quiddy Pay, but I watched Rousseau and he seems pretty good. I like him, but
I watched.
too.
I think I watched some Pay highlights during the NFL draft when he was taken. I saw this guy looks intriguing, and then he had a decent rookie year. Wasn't terrible, And they have a lot of support in that defense and that I like the front office. So we'll see what happens. Oh, really? That's Zeb doing that? Zeb took Tyler Huntley?
Little Snoop Huntley action.
Trade down, baby.
He went in the first round and Autumn went. I don't know.
But well,
People are.
Dennis, are you this or can I bash Autumn win?
I know. I wondered how long that would take.
Did you make a YouTube video out of this or no?
I did.
Oh,
You
you
can
are?
catch them.
No,
That's
I
right.
don't know. I don't know. Well,
cares?
it's really the severity of the bashing, depending upon whether this. I'm saying, is there going to be a permanent video at the end of this or no?
There is, but
Oh,
I can
okay.
also
Oh, that was
delete it.
oh,
could've won.
it's a great league.
What is it? What is it? What does that have to do with Snoop Huntley? Say what you want to say.
If I want to say, I will. I'm not shy, as we all know. I was horribly mistreated, so everyone knows that. It's a joke.
Oh, you're talking about Autumn Wind now.
Yeah. You think I really care about Tyler
Oh,
Huntley?
goodness.
I wasn't paying attention. Sorry. I know. So it went Snoop Huntley, and then he went first overall, and then you said something derogatory about Autumn Wind. I think I'm caught up now.
Then I asked if this was going to be a live video, a permanent video.
Got it.
None of that.
I'll have to go back and listen to what you said. Just excited to get Nick Bolton.
You should be.
It's hard tracking these things. Trace. That's a nice spot for Trey Smith.
So Nathan, what do you think about this Trey Lance trade I made and Mac Jones as a long-term quarterback in my situation?
I would have absolutely done that. I feel exactly how you feel. I would have much rather have Mike Jones, and I don't think the price he paid was all that much. I mean, I'd do it every time.
Yeah, it's the bird in the hand, and you're immediately more competitive with that Mac Jones card too.
So you're saying I should keep Devonta Freeman?
Why not? Yeah. I mean, the rest of your roster is pretty solid, right?
Not really. I got a whole bunch of fours everywhere.
Hey, that's you can win with a bunch of fours.
That's a defense right there. Just blitz them.
Elijah Moore, that's a steal there. Love that pick. That's the other one I was.
I could keep both Jones and Rashawn Gary and blitz a lot.
Yeah.
Like that.
I have Rashawn Gary. That's exactly what I want to be doing, especially if I was worried about coverage. And let's be honest, look at these quarterbacks that they've been giving out lately. You gotta blitz them. I mean, wasn't Glenn saying they didn't even want to put an interception on Rodgers' card because it said he should have more completions?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Barmore, nice spot for him. Okay, so what am I doing here? Catch up on this list. Stevens is gone.
Scott is Buffalo, isn't he?
Yeah.
I'm happy that I took Barmore when I see Scott and John Madden take him.
Yeah, exactly. Bateman. I don't know what to think about Bateman.
I'm not taking a receiver on the Ravens. I mean, it's the second round now, so.
Yeah. He's going to get the targets. We'll see what happens. There goes Davis Mills. That is a total Paul draft. First round, Najee Harris. Second round, Davis Mills. quarterbacks and halfbacks. Khalil Herbert. It's a little early for Herbert. Yes, no, maybe so.
It's got Brady. He wants to
Yeah.
win.
His window is now. It's over. He's over 100 carries.
I tried to trade him a crap ton for Debo, and he wouldn't have it.
It's Debo's interesting for this rule set where you can run him unlimited for a half. Instead of like a seasonal overusage, he becomes much more useful as a weapon.
That's why I didn't try to trade for him in Autumn Land. I considered it, but
I didn't realize earlier on this was going to be a video. I was talking about Bob's quarterback preferences.
He'll probably never watch it. Hey, actually, I can just.
Yeah,
I'll stop the recording right now.
No. Let it go now. Don't stop the recording.
I can delete it.
No, now I'm fine. No, it's fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
No, but I think I'd rather have Tom unleashed and not have a recording.
No, it's not. It's not about unleashed. It's like I'm always gonna be pretty close to unleashed anyway. So it's fine. Don't worry about it.
it's only a matter of time anyway, Dennis. We'll just needle him a little here and there.
Exactly.
Perfect.
Dennis, you heard the way I speak. When I know I'm doing a broadcast, you're concerned that I'm gonna be too mild and it damps down. Is that the concern?
I don't know.
I'm gonna be too genteel.
I think Dennis is too nice to understand. I get it, Tom.
Thank you, Nancy. Let's talk about that Audubon tribute.
Nate Hobbs, he goes back-to-back quarterbacks. Ed rebuilding his secondary. Now that would make me feel good if I had Nate Hobbs anywhere, with Ed taking him in round 2.
You really like Elijah Moore, huh, Dennis?
I do like Elijah Moore.
How do you feel about the Jets' offense? You got Garrett Wilson there too. I like Elijah Moore, but I'm I'm just saying. I do like Elijah Moore. But
I haven't seen much of Garrett Wilson in the preseason to make.
He was a Jet pick, so I watched his college highlights. He looks really good to me.
Nice.
I'm not saying he's going to be like that, top 5 NFL receiver, but definitely like he looks really good. I was like, it's like a Pro Bowl caliber. He looks really good. But I don't think he's going to be like that Julio Jones or like Super One type guy, but definitely just a very good receiver.
Love the Cosby pick here. It's good.
Bill Cosby?
Bill Cosby? No, Sam Cosby.
I think you said Cosby.
Yeah. I think we'll leave the Cosby jokes out of it. Elijah Vera Tucker, how does he look?
Good.
No, I'm asking the Jets fan. Tom's doing some.
Well, gotta remember that. They gotta remember that I gotta dictate to putting it into the computer. So when the picks are coming, I'm dictating my picks in. So I can't do that and talk to you. He was the first guard on my board. I don't remember, but I've read great things and I read mixed things. But I would definitely. I think it's a great place to get him. Absolutely, I'd love to get him down there. Late second round, you get. He's a guard, but you get a late second round like a guard that's taking top 15. Looks okay. It's like, oh, that's nice.
Money in the bank, yeah.
I know Nathan hates guards.
5 guards.
So try on Shoyinka.
I like my guys to have as many letters in their last name as they're going to get any sacks.
Nice. Bob gave me a list of his needs. Quarterback, halfback, cornerbacks, linebackers. It's got a lot of needs.
What happens though when you're drafting first usually?
Yeah, true.
But they fill up
Hey,
pretty quick.
Hey, Dennis, can you trade for Bob?
Yeah.
Well, trade for Bob, huh?
Yeah, what are you going to give me to move up from 105?
I'll talk about I'm at 305. I'm talking about moving up 4 picks in the 3rd round.
Yes.
Understand? Okay.
I'm typing the name in now, so tell me.
I'll give you my 9 this year.
That is a great offer. And I'm going to say no.
All right, 4 picks. 3rd round. Hold on. Let's make it 8.
Let's say no.
What would you need? What would you need? What about 4 picks?
Yeah, I don't need anything. I made his pick.
Made his pick. What'd you take?
Oh, no, I guess I took somebody's already taken.
Good job. How's that 9 looking now?
Looking better, but
I'll offer you a 9. 4 picks in the 3rd round. You're not gonna take a 9th round pick for that?
No.
He's gonna take a bump anyway. His list isn't that good, probably.
His list is fantastic.
I mean, it's a big attention. I'm not even ready.
If his list wasn't that good, wouldn't you need to pick higher?
Yeah, think about that.
I'm saying it might not matter.
Oh, that kind of bad list, I guess.
He got somebody. Sorry, Michael. I know you wanted him at 3 dot whatever. Ernest Jones is who I should have taken for him, but he had Browning higher.
Goddamn, John Madden's not coming up on my direct message thing.
That's not him. That's Mick.
Someone grab Mick. Stop him from drafting. What the hell on?
He already picked.
TJ's gonna take my guy.
Yeah, TJ's up. Darrell Taylor, he did. Took your guy.
No, he didn't take my guy.
Well, then you're good. I like Darrell Taylor a lot, though. I think that's a good spot for him. I think he's going to be good. You're going to get the guy you want, I think.
I thought I'm going to screwed. Oh, I got the guy I wanted. Nice.
And you got to keep your 9th.
Thank God.
Come on now.
Let me read my list first. Let's see. Jordan Love. There. Let's see. Kadarius Toney. I like those guys. I like that guy a lot, but I can wait on him. I got to go for this guy. All right. See what happens.
Nice. I picked the same guy Mark Lepage picked. That's usually a good sign, too.
Yeah, them higher than a couple of corners have come off. Well, maybe one. So you were asking me not to win who it was I was trying to trade up for. It was Kenneth Gainwell, Dennis.
Oh, nice.
And he went at 219 in this one. I would have taken him at my pick.
219. That seems kind of high.
I think it is a little high, but I like him. And so does Jay, apparently.
It's a great running back name, though.
I would have taken Michael Carter over him, though, right?
I like Gainwell.
No, you got no. Well, I haven't done the running back scouting with the video, so I can't really say. I just on Gainwell, but I can tell you as a Jet fan, with Michael Carter, Breece Hall is going to be the guy. Breece Hall's going to be the man. Breece Hall's going to be a first round pick next year in all these leagues.
Nice.
He'll be top 20 easy, in my opinion, and I think he'll be very good the next 3 or 4 years.
Well, that's the thing is you got Miles Sanders, and then it seems a little fuzzy between Gainwell and Boston Scott. But it's like having a Ravens running back almost, with Philly now. And Sanders misses a lot of time and he doesn't carry more than maybe.
So it's good to have a running back and these quarterbacks who run the ball a lot.
Yeah.
Because Rack counts them like regular rushing attempts or whatever. And then they're like, oh, the rushing offense is this percentage that helps your running back cards. And then it hurts, like you said, he's not a high completion percentage guy anyway. So,
and your backup guys are going to get more carries in other places anyway. Maybe the third string guy will get as many as the second stringer somewhere else or more.
There's not really doing a ton of draft prep. It's not really. It's not just turning me so far.
I didn't even really get to make my list. I was going to do it yesterday, and I think I got food poisoning like around 5 o'clock last night. And just been throwing up for like 12 hours.
Sorry to hear that.
Pretty sweet. I'm kind of winging it, but I don't have that many picks, fortunately.
Well, you're the champ, right? See, it's good to be the champ.
Yeah. Unless you eat chicken tacos.
Oh, chicken taco sounds good. Just not food poisoned ones.
Well, for a while, it won't be sounding good to me.
Get carne asada next time.
I usually do.
Also, you've also already drafted once, though, Nathan.
At least
once.
I didn't even have. I don't even know if I had a pick in S28, but yeah.
Okay, you already drafted once. It makes it a little.
That draft format is built for people that are retired, I think.
S28.
Yeah.
What, the one pick a day?
Well, yeah, or sometimes 2 picks a day. They're at random times, like especially my schedule. I work at all different times of days, night, whatever. So I basically have to find a window and then try to assess what was done while I was away, and okay, yeah. The solution is to trade everybody.
Yeah, I like that. I like that solution. As long as you get a lot of good guys back.
You got Debo in that league.
Should be fun.
Especially at 20. That's the best league fight to have, man. 28 teams, so you have more weaknesses than any other league.
Who is this?
And he can run with the same rules as a SOMIFA league.
Who are you talking about?
Debo.
Okay. How good is his rushing guard? I haven't even looked at it.
It's not bad. It's definitely, you can actually put him back there and use him as a runner.
But it's not like a crazy running card like.
They're not just going to jump into a dime.
Like Tyreek Hill got as a rookie or something like that. It's not a crazy card.
It's not crazy, but it's pretty good.
It's tough. Okay, I'll look at it. It's not that strong in the spelling on some of these players, I think. Not sure.
What's that?
I was criticizing Dennis's spelling on some of the player names.
Oh.
Why are you criticizing my spelling? All I'm doing is copying and pasting. So criticize whatever.
Oh, okay. Never mind then. I didn't know about that. I didn't know you were copying and pasting.
I can't be typing all this stuff.
Copy and paste.
That's what I do. I can't even.
No way. You type in the entire draft, one pick by pick.
Yes.
Well, I'll share your screen and I'll do it.
No, because I'm not. No, because I'm not like super up to date right now, and I'm actually typing in my picks off of your thing. I'm going more casual because of this thing,
Yeah. Makes it easier with two screens. I just
which is
stick
funny.
that one over there, and I have all my other list on.
You should type again. You should type again. Type in general that we have a live draft talk thing going on, and link it.
Alrighty, sounds good.
Larry couldn't handle something like that, but that is no problems.
Try to spell it correctly.
Hey, we finally got some valid picks. See, and I'm going to put Win Minarez instead of Quinn Minarez because that's the way you typed it. I ain't got time to.
So what do you do? So you copy paste from Slack?
From the chat, yeah. So when they put their pick in here, I just
there's spellings in those chats. I can never do that. I'll get annoyed. If I knew all the players, someone took Landon Dickerson. Oh, well.
Maybe this is part of Dennis's plan to get you riled up.
Agitated? Yeah.
It's really going to mess up.
No, Dennis,
you do a Control F.
Dennis is
you do a Control F in the chat and try to find it.
There you go. See. I think what Ed does is he searches in the and on that sheet he's got a list of all the players in the rookie free agent pool, that tab. So you go in there and you search and copy paste from there. Then there's no misspelling unless it's Ed's. That's Ed's.
I could, yeah, actually
accurate.
I could grab everything from Ed's list.
If you're a fast fingered guy, that's what Ed does. Oh, no, don't do that. This thing's always behind. Do what you were doing. That thing's always behind.
I could grab Ed's picks from his sheet and move them over.
No, they're always behind. It's always a few picks behind.
No, I'm
catch up.
That'll correct all the.
I was trying to copy the. Oh, when you're ready. Okay.
Controversy.
The other thing is, Nathan, on that Trey Lance thing, it's like one of the reasons I was willing to draft him. It's like, look, the Shanahans are so good with the quarterbacks, and like I thought about Kirk Cousins,
Yeah, but you got to think about RG3 too, and that could have been.
Well, but there's rumors that they almost got RG3 like foisted on them or whatever. I don't know how true that is or not. But it's like, I don't know. And RG3 is pretty good until they get injured. I mean,
that's what I mean though. They did a good job with them initially because they can bring out the best the guys got. But it's kind of like part of why I didn't want Kyler Murray. I just don't know long term that I like how that's going to turn out.
Yeah. I know what you're saying. But for me, it was more. I just mean it's more the style. Like I liked Kyler Murray, and I've heard your concerns with him. I understand them, but like I don't think Trey Lance is nearly as good as Kyler Murray. And like Kyler Murray, even though Kyler Murray's left, Kyler Murray, even though he's like so small and fast, like when I watch his college highlights, he wanted to be passing. There was like so many times I saw like he could have taken off a run. And he was still looking downfield to throw. Yeah, and I was like, that's a great sign. He's not.
More like
he's not looking to run as often and stuff like that. So I do feel a little bit like boy, Tom Cook, and they say, oh yeah, the Shanahan's trading like a fortune for this guy isn't a good enough validation. They're trading all these draft picks to get Trey Lance. I know better. I'm not going to take him. You know what I'm saying? But I feel like I bought some peace of mind with Mac Jones. Like I just feel like, all right, at least this guy. That's what I did. I bought peace of mind. Like I don't have to worry. Like at least he should be okay. Even though I obviously concerned about Matt Patricia being the offensive coordinator allegedly. So I don't know how that's going to work out. But if it doesn't work out, they get somebody else probably next year. You know what I'm saying? So.
Well, that was one of the things. It wasn't just one little thing. It was an unknown offense. I'm a head coach. I don't know that much really about, and a quarterback who is small and runs and all those things. And at least with the Shanahan's, like with Shanahan, I like the quarterback I take having a coach I like offensively, like McVay or Shanahan or Andy Reid, obviously. Like those.
Yeah. Like no matter what Trey Lance's like stats end up looking like, whatever. It's like the 49ers will like still be good somehow. You know what I'm saying? Like, the offense will still be good.
Yeah, all you got to do is look at Jeff Fisher with the quarterbacks he's had, and then look at those same guys with anyone else.
All right, Nathan, let me check that USFL rosters. Let me see who Jeff Fisher had this year.
He had Case Keenum, Nick Foles, and Jared Goff all on the same team within a couple of years, and they were all garbage. The next year,
I know that track record there. I'm catching up. I got testing it. So the first pick I traded away, it was Dennis's 3rd round pick. That'll be coming up soon here. And also, I like looking to see who would have taken there. But I'm comfortable. Look, even if Trey Lance blows up like in a positive way, I'm fine with the trade because it's like at the time it's like this is like a safer move, and you know, like with Derek Carr, like I would love to have Trevor Lawrence, or I would love to have like Justin Herbert or something like that. But if I can't get one of those guys, it's like at least give me a guy who like is going to hold down the job for a long time. You know what I'm saying? And like not be awful. At least like that was how I viewed Derek Carr a little bit, and like a Matt Ryan type of guy where I'm sorry, like, all right, he had like one great card, but for the most part, if you had Matt Ryan for 12, 15 years, like all right, he's pretty good. You can win. You can certainly win with that. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
I know you. I think you have a higher. I know you think you have a higher bar, Nathan. You want to?
No, I would have been perfectly fine drafting Mac Jones.
Okay.
I mean, I would have, and especially if I liked him. If I like Mac Jones more than Lance, I mean, would you have a 3rd and a 4th? That's like nothing to make sure.
I gave up.
I
gave up a late 3 to late 4 in the draft in which I still have a 3 and 2 of the 4s, and in a draft that I didn't really prepare for all that much, and I don't have a ton of roster space.
If you like Mac Jones more than him, which I do, I would have definitely done that. And if it's not that big of a difference, then I would have gone the other way instead. Who knows? And at least they got At least they got Kyle Shanahan there.
Yeah, exactly. Because originally I was going to make him an offer when he got on the clock. I was like, oh wow, I can trade at one spot for Mac Jones. I'm going to make him an offer. I was trying to put a cheap offer together because he posted in trade talks he wanted a 1 next year to move up. Not to me personally, just in general, right? He wanted a top 10 pick this year and a 1 next year. I was like, I'm not doing that. My team sucks. It's not good. And but then I realized we were 1 spot away, and realized that he was trading down. He didn't want quarterbacks, and I was like, okay, maybe I can work on something cheap here. I started looking. I was going to offer him like a late 3 and 2 late 4s. I was like, wait a minute. It's true. Like you said, is there really that much of a big difference here? And like at this point right now between Mac Jones and Trey Lance, whatever, I mean, there was the Shanahan factor. So I was like, no, I won't do that. And I was talking to him after we both made our picks, and he was like, you really didn't want to take either quarterback. And I was like, okay, maybe I'll make a move here. And I looked at my draft grid because I have a grid of all my own picks. And I was like, I could lose this late 3 and late 4. I'm not even really prepared for the draft, and I'll get some more peace of mind. So yeah, we'll see what I want to do that. But I like to feel like I got a more stable situation, and I can just build the rest of my team. The rest of my team actually has a lot of talent, actually. Just some young talent needs to gel. So it's like, I could see them. I don't think they're never going to be like the SSFA team unless they're going for the year. And I think you will see me go for the year more often in these leagues nowadays after doing some research in the last couple of years. But I feel more comfortable.
Go more often.
Yeah, I think you'll see me go for the year way more often, trading for the year, trading draft picks, things like that. We're getting stronger teams for the year.
You finally come over to the dark side.
It was more of a draft pick valuation system, and the recognition that my way doesn't work. My way doesn't work in the spring league. Maybe it could. My way doesn't work in terms of really getting you into the types of rosters that tend to win the titles and stuff like that. Even though people do win the titles without great rosters, that Nathan has shown and Zeb has shown, with a lot of holes in their rosters.
What's wrong with my roster?
Like the Minshew team. Didn't you just?
I think that was my weakest team.
And the defense you just won the SFA title with, right?
Yeah, that defense wasn't that great, but it was a lot of offense. So
yeah, I'm just saying. So it's like Yeah, there's just it's kind of more of a valuation of like the third and fourth and fifth round picks for part of it. You'll still see me keeping a lot of first and second round picks usually. So we'll see. This is my neighborhood. I gotta get ready for my fifth round pick, and I gotta catch up here.
Yeah, who would you have taken here if you had kept the pick?
I'm not sure yet. Let me catch up on the picks, and I'll tell you. I'll tell you after I take the guy in the fourth, probably, or if he goes.
Sounds good.
So, like, I look at Quinn Minor, so that can't be how he spells his name, is it? I'm like, come on. I'll find out.
I think maybe Strat just brought everyone's ratings down to my level the last couple of years. I'm used to playing with the garbage.
Lots of 4s and 0s.
As long as they can blitz.
Yeah.
Especially since the guards always seem to be the weak spot lately. I don't know if they always have been or not, but when you look at the sack numbers every year, it's like DNs that are just dominant, or even like a D tackle, nose tackle that has like a really high number. They never do that well, even on my teams where I blitz a lot.
I can tell you the two of the guys who went down around that selection, Liam Eichenberg and Grant Delpit, they would have been on my radar. Oh, Geno Smith went. Okay.
Yeah, Paul, Davis Mills, Geno Smith, and Najee Harris. It's a Paul draft, man. Quarterbacks and halfbacks. Andre Cisco.
I mean, 2 starting quarterbacks and a real good running back that just didn't have a very good card.
In Autumn Wind, I wanted Cameron Bynum. He went right before me, and I picked Cisco. But now that I've looked at it more, I think I'm going to be happy with that. Cisco looks pretty good.
That usually does a good job too. So his roster is always like, he's like, I don't even have enough spots for all my players.
Oh, there goes the freak card. People don't realize though that, I mean, the way they redid the kick return cards, you're not going to have as many chances as you did like if that card was in the set last year. A lot more touchbacks this year. But touchdown on 4, you can't go wrong. 77. What's 77? Michael, what is 77? 4.5? Come
on, Dennis.
I don't like that. I want to have the numbers there. If it was the other way where we're tracking them, it's easier for me. Do you think I should do that with Bob? Let me look at Bob's team. I know.
It's 5.8 and what is that? 4.5.
Yeah, I think I'll take that.
Maybe Tom and Michael were in cahoots and they were setting you up with that low ball offer earlier.
For the ninth pick?
Yeah.
Tom always does that though. That's Tom's style. Look at my boy moving up 5 spots. Yeah, but you're getting the guy you want, guaranteed. So you got to pay the pony. And then he doesn't pay, and then he gets the guy anyway. So that's usually the way it goes.
Which justifies that situation, not offering more.
Yeah, but what are you going to do with an 8th round pick, 9th round pick? Those guys.
Yeah, because Baron Browning was definitely going in the next 4 selections.
You got to give up at least like a 6th or something.
Yeah, that's what I say.
No, I don't know about that.
Pay the toll.
Even if I don't think my guy's ever going to go in 5 picks, I'm not even going to take him out.
Diablo. See, another is that misspelling? I think it's spelled differently. No, maybe it's not.
was like a dream draft for pass rushing outside linebackers, and I only got one in like 3 drafts.
So, Michael, do you want to do that trade with for this next pick? Is your guy still there? Is Michael still on the call?
Message him.
Oh, Zeb's here. Let's go, Zeb. Michael Reeves, are you still there? Let me text him. I think that'd be a good trade for Arizona.
I think so. Well, now I know why Bob had 0 interest in an outside linebacker when I messaged him. He's taking Parsons all the way.
Yeah, exactly. So this 128 that's which round?
128 is going to be 5.8, if that's correct. Which 5.8 is owned by Miami, so that can't be right. I assume it's 5.7.
Okay, 5.7.
And then in the third, is it the 4th
round? Is it six? Is it a 6th round pick? I think it's a 6th round pick, right? 77.
77. 3 rounds would be 72, so it should be 3.5, but I don't know that he owns that either.
No. He's offering. He said 77 and 128. 77.
Yeah, it's 4.5.
And Cleveland's 6th, right?
Yeah, and 6.5.
Yeah, 6.5. That's it.
I think. I mean, if he would just put it in, it would be easier.
That's what I'm saying. I think I got it right. That's a good deal for Arizona.
Yep.
So Cleveland goes here. Arizona goes here. And then they get an extra pick.
Who do we think he's going to take? Oh, there we go. He looked pretty good in the preseason. I watched him a little bit.
Man, if you have Aaron Rodgers as your quarterback, you're going to get a good pass rate.
Yeah.
Most of the time.
Hey, who was the last pick of the 3rd round?
That was Malik McDowell.
Okay.
5'4" defensive tackle.
Brevin Jordan guy could be good.
Yeah, I like him.
Couldn't quite snag him in the leagues.
I don't think I've gotten him anywhere, but yeah, I like him.
I think I saw him in a game last year. I was like, who the hell is that guy? But then a lot.
I was at the Seahawks game in Houston, and he was, fantastic. I was like, dang.
I might have been the game, actually.
Yeah. Let me go grab Ed's updated list.
Oh, man.
Give him misspellings out of the way. Boom. It kind of looks better for the broadcast.
And is Michael on the call still or no?
Yeah, but I don't think his microphone's working or something.
Okay.
I still see him though.
Very good pick there to get Josh Myers at the top of the 4th round, in my view.
I'm gonna email that trade.
See, they thought my team was going to totally suck. Now they'll be more like not totally horrible. Maybe say, we played 16 games or 17 games.
I think we're playing 17.
17.
Yeah, so I might be 7-10 or something like that instead of like 4-13. So it's like I only had the returners so I didn't rate the returners for goodness, I was like whatever, I need returners, Alex Leatherwood, really?
I'm ready for my pick. Arizona's pick anyway. Good. He got who I was. He's still going to get who he wanted according to his lists. Where's my thing here?
Your team could be good, Tom. Not too bad.
With Mac up there. Zeb's doing a lot more moving and shaking. Zeb, this year you're making some moves.
Got too many good players on his roster. He's got to make room.
Just not used to seeing that many Zeb trades.
Well, I didn't really. Delvin Cook seemed like a redundancy. I'm happy he'll actually be getting on the field in SOMIFA this year.
Somebody take Richie Grant yet or no?
Nope, he's available.
You know what, Nathan? I can actually keep Cooper Kupp now. Because like Mac Jones, it's like I was thinking I might get a young quarterback, might be a couple of years until I'm decent. You know what I'm saying? But it's like Mac should be okay this year and next year. So it's like, I can just be a little competitive. You know what I'm saying? I don't have to clean
Remember
house.
our conversations about? I think you were in there with me and Dennis talking about Cooper Kupp might end up with less yards than Van Jefferson on his card.
I don't know if I was in that channel. Did he?
I think there's 50 yards difference. Kupp's got more.
I still like him though.
You can't. Oh yeah, no. I love him, but you just can't replicate what he actually does in strat. There's no way.
No, not in the current rules.
It was like what Wes Welker and Julian Edelman used to be like. You didn't even want those guys. I mean, Kupp is good enough that you definitely want him, but he's just not
for now. But in a
Or
year
even like
two,
how Calvin Johnson was. Calvin
Yeah,
Johnson
but-
for years wasn't even as good as Deshaun Jackson, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah, well, that's a tough one. Calvin has a pretty good card still, but I know what he's saying. The receiver impact can never be what the receiver impact is. And
Yeah,
the running
but
back impact is disproportional.
the more impactful they are, it almost seems to lower the value of their card.
Comparatively to what they would be in the NFL.
Absolutely.
It's like I was so thinking about this year all day that it's hard to, like, in my head, even think, I can be kind of okay now. It's kind of hard to switch gears there, but yeah, it shouldn't be too bad. I mean, I'm not saying I'm a playoff team or even a 500 team, but I'm not going to get like my head kicked in every game. You know what I'm saying? And I should be 7-10 or 8-9, maybe. Who knows? I don't know. 7-10, maybe. We'll see. Because I was shopping Chandler Jones. No one's going to give me anything decent for Chandler Jones. So it's like, well, screw it. I'll just use Chandler Jones and Rashawn Gary, and I got Mac Jones, and I've got it's not a good team, but I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I'm not like totally awful. Like
If
6
you
and 11.
feel like that, then you should definitely take this year
That's 11, 7,
and blitz like a maniac.
I don't mind blitzing with a bad defense at all.
You got
I've been blitzing more the last couple of years. I don't mind. I like pass rush down. I don't mind it. You need it nowadays anyway.
You put Gary in there, and you can play.
They even have a 0-4-7 inside linebacker. I think it might
That's
be a
what I was
44.
looking at. Is
It might even be a 44-7 actually.
I'd probably trade Chandler Jones and get something like a 7 or 8 without that 3 asterisk to screw you over half the time.
Well, he's at the KG goes at the age where no one gives you a lot for him. You know what I'm saying?
He's a 4-5 though, and that even if they don't want to blitz,
I'd say no one's giving you the best. I'm getting is like a late 3 next year for Chandler Jones. Would you do that?
I don't know.
What? So what?
I said I don't know. You're gonna have to look and see how many linebackers are left. So you may be
I put him on the market, and I got one offer.
It's been a very slow trading year, but after the draft, people think they can fill things and they can't. If they still need it, there aren't very many 4 outside linebackers in this set at all.
We'll see. I wouldn't mind using it though. I'll probably keep him, to be honest, because I feel like that's one of those things. It's like, you know what? I know he's older, and you never know when something's going to be a 0-0-7, But it's like he also could be a guy who gets some pretty good pass rush for a couple more years. But some of those very high end guys do that, and it's almost like I'm getting back so little. It's just if my team is decent, maybe keep him and use him. I don't know. I gotta see what my team looks like after the draft, because I was thinking I was just not going to worry about this year at all. I'm not worried about this year, but it's like, have a little more fun, be a little more competitive, maybe upset some people, annoy some people. I like annoying people. That's always fun.
Well, you can always.
What are you going to do? You're going to tank so that next year you get who exactly?
What's that middle linebacker instead of him when you're showing safety blitz a lot?
Only got the 11-7 and then the pure 10 instead of the 12-11, and it turned into like a 7, that asterisk. But I'm saying, like, now I can keep Cooper Kupp instead of like trading away cheaply, because like at least my team is kind of decent, so I can justify keeping it. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you're not going to get the value.
Yeah, exactly. You're not going to get the value, and he should be at least a quality starter for a couple more years. So it's like, why just keep him? You know what I'm saying? Unless your team is a disaster. So since the team won't be a disaster, I might as well keep him. And of course, I love you. I love Cooper Kupp, as we all know.
Yeah.
In the NFL, whatever. And I will have Cooper Kupp and DJ Moore and Mark Andrews. So it's fun to have, kind of big name guys, even if they're always not the greatest. If your team's not that good, it's always fun to have like little things you can still have fun with. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. I think your team could be very competitive. Really, I mean, I wouldn't sit there and
very strong.
But you could compete for the playoffs.
I don't know. We'll see. A lot of good coaches in this league. A lot of good teams. I'm not built for the year really at all. We'll see.
You might need another running back, I think. Can't remember who your other guy was.
I got Devonta Freeman actually.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I was assuming was your main guy.
Well, I got Devonta Freeman, I got David Montgomery, and I got Christian McCaffrey, 99 carries, and he's actually not bad. I'm wrong. There's no short games, but like the plus 15s.
Yeah, which is the same dang thing, really.
I'm not gonna be going. I'm not planning on picking up cards for the year. I didn't even scout this set, but anyway, see what happens.
No, if you can run the ball well.
Yeah, that's what you're doing there. Come on.
Next.
I was catching up with my picks.
Well, excuse me. I had to add Michael Reeves back in.
Well, he never should have left. Come on, Michael. Get your head in the door.
Just like you. You're always jumping out.
Don't you remember I get special treatment, just like an AW.
No, yeah, they gave you the special.
Yes, they certainly did. Those guys.
Chuba. Oh, Arizona. Oh, yeah. Let's go.
If I had traded for Deebo Samuel, I would have wanted a guy like Chuba Hubbard. So I could put a pro set in the first half and put Deebo there at running back.
Not even on the active roster, but he wants a border cornerback, so there you go. Boundary cornerback, I should say.
No dogs on the podcast, please.
Hey, it's a dog-eat-dog world.
Suddenly hear a gunshot. Oh my God. They thought I was serious. The one team was coming on strong, Nathan. Never happened after all those years. Very upsetting.
Your team was coming on strong.
Yeah, my young defense and all the picks I had this year, they're going to become a very good defensive team. And offensively, I had players starting everywhere at least. The offensive line was pretty good. I might have taken a running back this year, so things are coming together. Like I actually had a trade that works. Like going to become good this year actually.
Baker Mayfield.
Exactly.
Maybe he'll have a breakout year.
In that league, I don't think you need a top quarterback. I think he could be okay. I think he'll probably be okay in Carolina. But I think in that league, if you have a real good defense and a decent quarterback and a good offense, otherwise, I think you're good to go. Especially if you run the ball, got to run the ball.
I mean, Carolina could have a good team.
I want to say a good team. I would think, I think it'll be decent.
Well, I mean, they had a pretty good defense. Just their offense was screwing them, I think, most of the year. And if they have McCaffrey and they've got they got a lot of good. I mean, their secondary is loaded with talent. They've got some guys. They've got Derek Brown and Brian Burns. They could be good. I mean, good enough for you not to hate having your quarterback there.
I would have to. I'd have to look over their defensive starters. Well, that's really their defense.
Well, J.C. Horn missed most of the year. It was like 6th or 7th pick.
That's right.
Are
you not catching up anymore, Dennis? Oh yeah, there he goes. He's going.
I think he went to smother the dog.
Well, I'm glad. At least it's quiet. There goes Richie Grant. Good thing we can't get canceled in the Strat League. There goes Richie Grant. Okay, so now it's worth that anymore. Okay. But now I got to find somebody else to draft. You have to try to pump me up to go for the year.
Well, no, I was just saying that when you made the comment that with Mac Jones, your team might be able. I basically just said I think that you can actually compete for the playoffs, whether or not I'm not
playoffs.
I'm not gonna sit here and tell you to trade off your future first round pick or anything.
We're talking about playoffs.
Yeah.
I'm trying to win a game. Let's see. This guy's good at things. Guy's on the wrong team. Why couldn't I have drafted Devin Duvernay? And I wouldn't.
Oh, you're on the clock, by the way.
Am I really?
Yeah.
I think he knows. He's got 2 picks.
I did not know actually. I know. I had no idea. Okay, don't tell him that I'm sitting here shooting the breeze instead of taking a guy.
Twice in a row, Tom.
No, I traded the other pick. 27. What do you want to do here, kid? I know which way I want to go. Just switching these guys. Do I want to do this and have everyone go, oh, you should take another guy. Too bad for them. That's what you want. Tell them to hold on. I know my minutes are going away, but just tell them so they know I didn't like disappear. 2 to 10, 2 to 10, 2 to 9 and 12, 2 to 6 and 12. Really? That's why he's so much higher, Ed? I don't know about that. I'm taking a kicker. Is there really to do that? That seems foolish. This guy's not even good at Ed's rankings. It's a fun league, right? What do you want to do? So let's 2 to 9 and 12 to 8 and 12 to 5. He's that many spots higher for that? Screw it. All right, I'll take the other guy. Evan McPherson.
Oh. Bingo action.
I'm not going to go to the playoffs anymore.
dog is approving of your pick.
Oh, how could you? You should have had the other guy.
Yeah, who is the other kicker you're going back and forth between?
You know, I just realized I didn't look at the opponent kick returning.
Well, there's probably 5 guys rated higher than him on heads.
A lot of guys are
I assume that
20, 24, 33. Okay, it's not too terrible.
Yeah,
I was looking at Matt Gay and Tyler Bass. Matt Gay's number 5 in Ed's rankings, and he's solid, but he's not that much better than this guy. And this guy's younger, and everyone talks about him. So I was like, what the hell? I was like, what would I rather do? I'd rather take this guy. It's like the difference is like 2 to 7, 11, and 12 versus 2 to 9 and 12 and 23 to 32. So the other guy's better, but this guy's younger, and everyone thinks he's exciting. So what the hell? I'll take him. More fun, Dennis. I went for the more fun pick, Dennis.
I've always heard people talk about how exciting this kicker is.
Yes, I think it's on ESPN leading story tonight.
What happened to a 15-minute break?
Became a 10-minute break. Well, we're moving along pretty good pace, though, right?
All right.
Biggest surprise so far, Dennis?
Say it again.
Biggest surprise?
I don't know. I haven't thought about that. Let me look at the. What do you think, Zeb? What's the biggest surprise in your eyes?
Well, let's see. Darrell Taylor, maybe? I don't know. I didn't have him at the top of the 3rd round.
Oh, I like that pick. I like the way he looks. I think he's going to be good as an outside linebacker in that system. Maybe Geno Smith going in round 3.
Jordan Love fell quite a bit further too.
Tyler Huntley took the Dallas Cowboys the 2nd round. That was a big surprise.
Yeah, tell us about Snoop Huntley. You think he's going to be a starter in the league soon?
Well, it's not looking good for Lamar Jackson, is it?
They can still keep him as a franchise tag for a few years.
Yeah. I just no. Yeah, that was probably kind of a surprise pick. But where did he go on and win?
Seb, you were so close to getting.
He went in the first round. He went in the first round on him.
Yeah, but you can't go by that. They took Mike White 36th.
Yeah, 2.6. Mike White, crazy.
Huntley's looked good in the preseason.
Yeah, the Baltimore's the only team.
I would say he looked competent last year. I wouldn't say he looked great last year.
No, actually, I actually don't mind Huntley. I just felt like it was way too high for me, my own personal view.
Well, that's it. Now I've got three tickets in the quarterback lottery.
There you go. I bet you Mariota does decent.
Yeah, we'll see. And Greg Gaines, who picked Greg Gaines originally?
I gotta catch
him. They cut him.
I mean, I bet you they wish they would have kept him though.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Harrison Phillips. I wouldn't have gone that high, except he's going to be a nose tackle this year, in my opinion.
Well, he also got a sack, I think, on Thursday night. So. No,
that's Jordan Phillips.
Oh, Jordan Phillips. I'm sorry.
Harrison Phillips is in Minnesota now.
Oh, gotcha.
I think Evan McPherson is probably the biggest shock of the draft so far.
That's a good spot for a kicker. Usually you get the best kickers going round 3 and 4.
Yeah.
He's only the 23rd ranked kicker in Ed's thing, but there doesn't seem a lot of differentiation. I looked at him and Matt Gay, and I was like, Matt Gay's 5th, this guy's 23rd. I'm like, there's only on the 23-32, 2-9 and 12 versus 2-7, 11 and 12. That's the big difference, and probably the opponent kick return. I was like, this guy's 5 years younger, I'll take him. And Tyler Bass kicks in Buffalo. whatever.
And I mean, McPherson was clutch last year too.
Yeah, we'll see. Hope he keeps it. We'll see. Late 4th round, they need a kicker. He's young. What the hell?
Yeah, I didn't really love taking a punter in the 4th round either.
I got to. I don't want late 4th for a kicker if he's young and looks decent. I got to catch him on picture because I got 2 picks coming, so I'm going to be quiet for a little while.
Okay.
I gotta figure out who to pick third.
Okay. Alex Leatherwood was kind of a surprise to me.
Yeah, especially as didn't he get cut or he's
He's on the Bears now.
oh yeah, they waived him and then the Bears claimed him.
Yeah, yep.
Yeah, that was too early for him. It is the 4th round, but I mean, the guy's a 1st round pick and gets cut after the 1st season. I mean, obviously that's a problem. It's of course a different regime.
Malik a little bit. Okay, Tom, who did you like better between Tyler Huntley and Davis Mills?
None of the above.
Fair enough.
Oh, but Zeb, you were here. I have not done any video scouting. I've done hardly any scouting. There's only a handful of players I really can have like an eye opinion on.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, like those 2 guys. If I had either one of those guys, I wouldn't feel like, okay, I've got my long-term quarterback. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Davis Mills' arm strength. I did scout him because I need a quarterback. His arm strength really concerns me on the outs and stuff like that. And I think that'll catch up with him as time goes by. I'm sure he's a heady guy, but at the end of the day, you can make the throw you can. You got to be able to make that out. And like, it's like I feel like 90% of the NFL starting quarterbacks, their arm strength is good enough that things aren't really a problem. It's just a matter of like how much extra you're getting from the guy. But like if I'm watching you and it's like I'm noticing your arm strength is not that great, and particularly on the outs, and it's like that a lot alarms me. It just looks too easy for the defenders to close. So, but we'll see. I mean, he played pretty well last year. You know, Pep Hamilton's a smart guy, and I'm sure Mills is a heady guy. So we'll see what happens. With him. Huntley, I was intrigued by, but I just assumed that given he's almost like a journeyman, he came from Green Bay, right? Was he like a UFA or a 5th round pick?
No. That was Brett Hundley.
Okay.
Taylor Huntley played. He played in.
I was confusing with the other guy.
Yeah.
So there you go. Forget that. Never mind.
Yeah.
I'll have to research him more. I'll give you an answer. I wasn't big on Jordan Love either, from what I saw.
No, I think if Jordan Love had been put in the game last year, he probably would have been a borderline 1st round pick. But his stock really seems like it's fallen.
Well, they gave Rodgers the big extension and this and that, although apparently these couple of years are optional, but without terrible cap dips or whatever. But I just want to watch his college highlights. I wasn't that thrilled with Jordan Love. I watched him last year, I think.
Well, yeah. Are you still on here, Nathan?
What's that?
Are you still looking for extra picks?
Probably.
I see Jersey Joe just posted in the trade chat. He's looking to bundle a bunch of low round picks.
I know you're looking for picks, Nathan.
Yeah. Well, I mean, before the draft, I was looking at moving back from my first and second round pick. For like
Are you looking to acquire picks or not?
Am I looking to acquire them? Yeah.
For this year?
I was.
Now you're not.
What do you got in mind?
I have draft picks, and I'm just so I have the option of knowing, It's a simple question. You want picks this year?
Well, it was
Yeah.
I was going to have a bigger list, and I told you I got sick, so I'm not really.
Oh, that's right. I got you.
For late round picks at this point is the only thing that's changed, I guess.
Makes sense.
But if I see a guy, and I could make you an offer for like a next year's, round higher or something like that.
All right. Well, if you see something, let me know.
Yeah.
I'm not really super prepped today myself, so.
Yeah, what I was trying to do before the draft was trade out of my first or second for like a equal pick the next year and like a third or fourth next year, type of thing, or third or fourth this year, and like a first for a first, something like along those lines.
I don't even know my own roster. I feel like I don't even have my own roster like memorized the way I usually do. I'm looking at. I just looking at position. I was like, do I need to play at that position? I was like, oh my god, I don't even know. It's like that's sad.
I end up going into these things, and I totally need a bunch of guys, and then I just draft all the guys I like instead.
Yeah, but it's like I should know. And I actually thought about it. I do remember what I have in the position. But I should usually normally it's like automatic, like, oh no, I don't need. Oh, normally it's like automatic, like I know automatically what I have in safety or defensive end or whatever. And I looked at that position, a certain player, and I was like, do I need that position? I didn't even know. It took me it took me 20 seconds to figure it out. That's a big drop off. Let's see. Are any of these players any good? That's always a good question. Let's see. Have we started yet? Have we resumed?
Yeah, we resumed.
Okay.
You're on the clock again.
Okay.
I don't know.
That's a Glenn neglected to update the sheet. I thought I could count to this thing over here, this system. It's letting me down. Who went? Tommy Tremble, Dane Jackson,
Punter, and Jalen Mayfield.
AJ Cole, and Jalen Mayfield. Zeb, tell Ed I know I'm on the clock. So take me a moment to get a pick. Please. I just had a guy. I got that guy. I mean, that wouldn't be bad. I think this is the guy I want, actually. Probably the guy I want. Is Drew Damon gone?
Oh, center for Pelicans.
Yeah.
I think he's still available.
He said, "You want to announce my pick for me? Be faster."
Sure.
Jets select Drew Damon, a center guard, Atlanta, center/guard.
Done. Didn't Matt Hennessy get a 6 this year?
I don't know.
And then he's getting replaced by Drew Dahlman?
Yeah, I was shocked at that too. Zeb Hennessy was, it was a 3rd-round pick and he's a 6th, and I was like, oh, okay. I'm preparing for the draft. Like, wait, he lost his job? What happened? To this 4th-round guy? Sounds
Yeah.
like
Maybe that 6 was not was maybe a little
it was a little Michael Walker-esque.
Yeah, exactly. Although I think Michael Walker's still going to be a decent player.
I think he might have replaced Deion Jones at starting middle linebacker.
Hey, take it easy.
I don't know that he's going to be a 6, and I don't know that he deserved a 6 as a rookie.
I have Deion Jones. I don't want him to be replaced, but I think he's been replaced.
So should I assume that Dennis is going to be giving up the ship on updating these picks that I'm left to me on devices after trying to rely on him?
He's probably taking a 15-minute break to stare at a Russell Wilson poster somewhere in the house.
Yeah. Great. I'm going to type in all these picks that I was counting on him for. I have another pickup coming in this round. That's at the end, at least. I'm going to acquire for a little while.
Well, Nathan, I've got a pick coming up here if you want to trade it for a 4th next year.
I might want to do that. Do I have a 4th next year?
Check on that. I got 5-13, so we got a little bit of time still.
Okay. Yeah, I got 2 4ths next year. What do you know about that?
You're on the clock right now too. Oh no, I'm sorry. That's the other Rams.
Oh, okay.
You're the Falcons.
I think I just realized that, I did not take the guy I meant to take originally, but I actually took the guy that I would have preferred to take, if that makes sense to you. I forgot. I had a guy, I was like, oh, I'll probably take this guy. I'm coming. And when I was on the clock, so, and I reviewed, and so this other guy's like, oh, yeah, I want him. And I do prefer this guy that I actually took, but originally I was going to take someone different.
You almost tricked yourself.
I did trick myself about 3 times.
I think when they draft someone that's on your team, you should be able to just say trade, and then it goes through automatically.
Like if you want to trade the guy for that pick, you just type in trade, and then the trade automatically happens. So you would just trade Dontrell. That'd be great. That'd be a great rule.
That's the guy I would have just drafted if I traded with you. So I'm gonna have to stay put. I think Zeb.
Who's that?
The Gura tight end.
Okay.
Back.
Gotcha.
Should have known that if Tim was there, that wouldn't have worked out. He's loading up for the year.
Yeah, but he's going to have to get by with a 1-quarterback system.
Yeah, he'll. Well, now that Mahomes can throw a flat pass, he probably doesn't mind.
But he's I talk a lot about the two quarterback system.
Hey, I have a 3-quarterback system now.
Hopefully, I have a 1-quarterback system. We'll see. It's kind of. I don't think any of us have a lot of confidence in Matt Patricia's offensive coordinating, but who knows?
Have faith in Bill.
And the kid looks pretty good. He was a mid-first round pick. We'll see what happens. And his offense doesn't look too bad. That's like the kind of a knock on him, but we'll see. I don't watch one. I don't watch more of him now, but like I made the move almost like kind of sight in the scene. It's like I didn't really scout him. I was like, well, he's gonna go second, or whatever, It's gonna be Lawrence and the other and Mac Jones. I'm like, oh wait a minute, I just got him. I just saw him play a little bit, so we'll see.
Hey, I'm back. What I missed?
Everything.
Tom needs you to update some picks for him.
You typed some picks in for him?
Said you haven't updated the picks for him for a while.
Sorry, I had to go get some food and help the family out. We had a little dog spill. Actually, let me get him from the website. Catch up real quick. Tevin Jenkins. Hopefully, Ed has resaved the picks. Nope, not yet.
Am I up yet?
Yeah, you're up.
Okay.
All right, there we go. You just got a timeout.
Yeah, well, it's my last pick.
Extra minute. This is your last pick of the draft?
And so, most likely.
Nice. Take your time. Take your time so I can get caught up. Felton. Armstrong. Got him. Somebody took a cookie bash. Thing that. Jenkins. Model.
Definitely could have traded back. So to him. But I like that short yardage card.
Oh, you're up now, Dennis.
Okay. All right, I'm just going for the run blocking rating here.
I didn't even know he was still available.
He's not starting right now. But what the heck?
You say he's not starting?
Well, according to our lads, they have Trey Pipkins as the right tackle, opposite Rashawn Slater as the left tackle.
That was a recent development then. I think they had him in there for a while as a starter.
Yeah, and who knows? Our lads is not always.
Yeah, it's probably not the best, but limited choices, I think.
This time of year, it's pretty decent, actually. You get like right before the draft, it's usually pretty decent. By then, the rosters are down to 53 teams of, you know what I'm saying? In my opinion. But earlier than that, it's a total even then you got to watch out for injury replacements and shit like that. Like they won't list like a guy's a starter injured. They'll just have the backup as if he's the starter. You know what I'm saying? That's a problem.
Right.
Like on Buffalo, whoever that corner is, who plays maybe Dane Jackson, whoever's in there for Tre'Davious White, like he's listed as a starter instead of like White listed as a starter injured and the guy listed as the backup. So if you look at it, you can easily overdraft somebody thinking they're the starter.
Got it.
Although I think he is the starter this year. Now that Levi Wallace moved on.
Well, regardless of who the guy is, someone is started for Tre'Davious White, who would not be if White was healthy.
Right.
There's that type of situation. And even if a guy's only out for a few games or whatever, like a short-term IR guy, that's what you'll see.
Well, I looked at our lads and they had my guy just took as a fourth stringer. So is that good?
Well, I've got this pick available here if you want to trade for a fourth rounder next year, Nathan.
No, I'm going to wait. I'm probably going to try and just pick up a couple late picks, if anything. I would have done it for Degura, but now I don't really.
Oh, I was going to ask you guys, should I have taken Degura instead of Tremble for Arizona? Tremble was showing up as a starter, so.
Did he send you a draft list, or are you just drafting for him off of your list?
Well, his draft list ends, and then he has like guys kind of like by position. They're both on there, more tight ends. Segura was, yeah, was listed like in the same level as Trimble.
I wouldn't take in a list without clear instructions.
That's why he gives it to me. I really wind up drafting off my own list.
Well, I guess that's why I don't volunteer to draft for him.
Probably a good idea.
We've had this conversation before.
I'm coming up with a pick.
You're up, Tom.
All right. Is everyone time for me again or no?
Sure.
Probably... 1 second. Let me find the guy. Pretty sure I know I want here. Yeah, he went. Is Dan Moore Jr. still available?
Yes, that's just what I have queued up here.
Yeah, give me Dan Moore Jr. Left tackle.
Well, hold on. They're telling me I may have picked somebody who has been taken.
Oh, fuck me. I'm going to talk picking quickly.
Brendel didn't go. He's out, man. I think Dan is making a joke about a type of fly. Never mind, yeah.
Ed said that Brendel's been taken.
Yes, because he thought Dan was trying to take him again.
Oh.
Get it? Dan made a joke saying Brendel fly. You know, it's not even worth explaining.
Yeah, you're up.
Okay.
Go ahead and pick.
Okay.
I got it. I had to mute the thing to dictate, so.
Nice work.
I thought he was taken, and then you suddenly might take my guy, so let me start typing this thing in before Zeb types in Dan Moore Jr. I got to find somebody else from the Brendel fiasco.
That would have been interesting.
I wouldn't have done that to you, Tom.
Yeah, but
if he was the next guy on your list, I mean, you had every right to, you know? And we know you like offensive linemen. Even if you don't like this one, who knows?
Dan Moore's not a center.
That's true. I don't know if he has that flexibility. Who did Tennessee take just now? Right before?
Rashard Lawrence, defensive tackle at Arizona.
Good pick.
Okay, Dennis, Arizona's up.
Thanks.
Did you scoop yourself there?
Nah.
Good pick.
Thanks. I liked your Brendel pick too, by the way. I don't think I'm not sure if I made that clear. He's going to be good.
Well, he's a little bit older, but anybody starting for the 49ers, you figure they're going to get good run block ratings.
And hasn't allowed very many pressures in the preseason, as opposed to like, some of his
Hey, Zeb.
line mates.
What's up, Tom?
You have a pick coming up in a moment?
I do.
You are at 6:04?
Yes.
I am at 6:07.
Okay.
I think. Yes, I'm at 6:07. Okay. If the player one is there, we take my 9 to move up exchange the 3 spots.
I don't need extra picks this year. I mean, I'd trade it to you I'd move up a pick next year, but I don't need extra picks this year.
All right, no problem.
I'm happy to sell this. I'm looking to move out of picks.
Yeah, I understand. Is Michael on? Is Michael on here?
Ooh, zone's up.
Zeb, I have a soft spot for. This is not the guy that I wanted this round, but I have a soft spot for second round backup lineman. Like you get like the in the 6th or 7th round. It's like oh man.
He's supposed to look decent.
Yeah, and he's the guy that's behind 2 good starters, isn't he?
Yeah.
Which is good because it's like normally like second round pick, you'd be starting your second year as an offensive lineman. But if you're behind 2 good players, like this guy might be good. He's just stuck behind 2 guys.
It's not. From everything I've heard, it's not a case that he sucks.
Yeah, exactly. It's not like the Cincinnati guy.
It's
Carmen, whatever.
It's not like he was pretty neck and neck with Jawan Taylor in the preseason. I think Taylor's going to start because he's got more experience. But
yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. If you're behind 2
Cowboys
and you're not starting, it's fine. But if you're behind like a bump, you're like, why isn't this guy starting?
Right. When Tyron Smith got injured, there was talk from Dallas they might try to trade for him, which they're not going to do if he's a scrub.
Guys, is Amari Rogers still available?
Last I checked, yes.
All right.
You mean the return specialist?
Yeah.
Do you want me to pick him for you?
Looks like you got it.
I got it, Nathan. Thanks.
That was but
There's
you're
also
welcome.
some. Say what?
That was Zeb, but you're welcome.
Zeb, thanks. You will. Yes, thanks, Zeb. He's also, I think, something of a slot receiver, as well as scheduled to be the number 1 returner this year. So, and helps a little bit with the rushes, but I guess I don't know. He's not an LK, but
Kind of a possible Randall Cobb clone.
I'm just kind of thinking. Well, really, it's just a receiver. Well, for any returner this year, he's I think top 10 in edge punt returning, or 13 or something. He's an LP. And he's got some value for the future. So what the hell, 6th round, and even actually, even if he's just caught it like receiver and returner, it's like that still helps for the roster, you know.
Tim's team's looking pretty solid. Tampa Bay.
Who's that?
Tampa Bay, Tim.
Oh, yeah. I think
He's going for
I
it.
think somebody kind of helped create a monster there.
I boosted him.
But that's you who traded for Prescott, yeah, Nathan?
Yeah.
Nice. I thought he had a deal last year where he could have got more. I thought. Maybe that was from Mahomes.
Well, he was going for Mahomes, though.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
That was Zeb, I believe. Zeb gave him quite an offer.
I did.
Let's go. I got lots of picks this round. Nick Scott, is he starting because somebody's injured, or is he,
I think Taylor Rapp and was it Jordan Fuller?
Jordan Fuller's injured right now. There was supposed to be a battle between Scott and Rapp. I was looking at this earlier in the preseason because I have Jordan Fuller. I don't know, so I don't. It's kind of a little amorphous, you know. It's tough to say. But Jordan Fuller was elected team captain last year, but they don't do the backups. I don't know if he was this year.
We'll just go the other route.
I mean, they like Scott, but
I'm not saying they would never elect a backup team captain, but a young player, second-year guy, he's not going to get as a backup unless his special teams ace or something like that. I'm sorry, go ahead, Zeb.
no, they love Fuller. If anybody's job is in jeopardy, it would be Taylor Rapp, not Fuller.
Got it. Well, I like Christensen. I'll take him.
Jordan Fuller might lead S28 in sacks this year.
He's on my own win team. I want Shaq Griffin. I was finally putting that secondary, Nathan. Finally, I was going to draft someone else in the first round this year.
I've been bringing up.
What was I about to say?
Go behind on the draft sheet here. Rounds are up.
Probably hold on to Shaq Lawson now too, Nathan.
There goes a Jet.
Even though he's only a 5'2", he'd be starting at one spot for me. I was going to trade him also, but I think I need a third defensive end for roster purposes anyway. So, and of course, no one wants him. So easy to keep a guy when no one wants him.
Always that. 2 picks coming up.
The rare year where I've got all kinds of returners on my team.
I have a slight problem, Zip.
Is that
There are 15 offensive linemen I would like to keep on my roster. At least 14. Oh, we get 55 guys now. That's right.
yeah, that helps a little bit.
I gotta adjust my roster counting spreadsheet. Hold on. I know it's not Dave Scott's old one.
Craig Reynolds with the Hard Knocks bump.
I think his card might be a short yardage type or something like that too. Can't remember. Might be usable in some situations. I didn't think there were as many this year as there was last year.
There goes Big Scott.
Thank you. I think I need a returner.
Only had like 5 picks in the middle rounds.
Yeah, let me see. I haven't ranked these guys though. You guys have to help me out.
What kind of returner do you need?
One of
Bob's
each.
list.
I have Mike Hughes. Well, I'll be putting him on a trade block after the draft, just as an FYI. He's not a great returner, but he is a cornerback for.
No, I'm looking. Yeah, I'm just looking to pick somebody from that list. Do a quick ranking here.
Dennis, Marquez Stevenson is not a LP, but he's a PR. I think he's in Ed's top 10 in the rankings. He's third, and Ed's number 3 punt. I've not looked at the card. He's Ed's number 3 punt returner, but he's not an LP. And he's in the draft.
Perfect.
And Aesop Winston Jr. is Ed's number 7 PR, and he's in the draft, also not an LP.
What's the best LP/KR combo?
I don't have it ranked. I just had 3 guys. I just had 3 guys highlighted.
Desmond King, LP, kick return. Not available.
See,
You are now up, Dennis.
Anthony Rush, I could pick.
I'll go with Marquez.
Huge mistake.
I am. The impact is going to be felt for decades.
I was looking at a draft from a couple years ago where I was all excited that Juan Thornhill, when he was a 5, slipped all the way to like the back end of the second. I was like, man, I don't understand why no one wanted him. Then I like the next 5 players are all like awesome players I could have taken.
Didn't Thornhill get hurt?
Yeah, but still, it was like
That was why it slipped, I think, because he was hurt. I remember that. I don't remember who the 5 players. I don't remember anyone after him being great. I don't know who went after him. I remember the Thornhill. We were talking about that in the post draft show. It's a stinky good pick. A little early, maybe rounded too early.
So I took Thornhill, and then it went Max Crosby, Deontay Johnson, Jamel Dean, Elgton Jenkins, Dawson Knox. Solid players.
Thornhill has not kept it up.
Yeah.
He's not on any of my teams, so you don't always follow guys not on any teams, you know.
Yeah. He's been like a 4. And then Darren Waller went in the 3rd round too.
Ooh, that's juicy.
And I was like, couldn't believe it. I literally had to pick before him. I took Taylor Rapp, but I was like, I think I had too many tight ends on my roster at the time that I just couldn't take him. Didn't want to take another one.
Well, Waller was older and he had some obvious warts.
Yeah, I took Noah Fant in that draft too. So. Oh, and Tom, you got Rashawn Gary not too long after that, after my Thornhill pick too.
Mid-3rd, I think.
3.9, that would have been the pick.
Yeah.
My type of guy.
Preparing for an upcoming pick. Ten-minute break. Nice. Yeah, I like the guy with the naked eye. Yeah, he's been coming on. We'll see.
10-minute break after round 7.
Let's see Quan even more. I like that Taquan Graham pick. I read some decent things about him.
That Jarrett Patterson card is actually not too bad, as I'm sure you're aware.
Yeah, and he's on the practice squad right now, but for a drafted guy, he kind of looks a little bit like Aaron Sproles. My running back room got a lot thinner, so I needed a little depth behind.
Well, if you need carries, he can get you some decent ones too this year. So
Yeah, that was.
I was looking at him because I don't think I'm very. Well, maybe Singletary's already on run, but his in run is strength there.
That's what happened to Dennis's running room when he got rid of Eddie Lacy. He got a lot thinner. What up, Bob?
Sorry, I wasn't listening.
That Austin Bryant, what is he, like a 0.48? You get a guy like that and blitz the hell out of him over like a 4.40.
You're saying is that he like a 0.7 defensive end.
I'm just saying that.
Hold on, no, like a scrub defense getting by a pass rush instead of playing the 5-2 Shaq Lawson.
People trading 4th rounds for for 4 outside linebackers. I would much rather take a guy like that.
What about a guy like Travis Gibson who was 0.012?
Well, that sounds good. As long as he doesn't have like a 1 asterisk.
Actually, I think he might.
Yeah, well then I don't want him. I'd rather have like a 0.07 than a 0.012-1. It's the stupidest thing.
Why is that?
Because I'm bringing the free safety.
Oh, well, you don't have to bring a safety.
No, I have to bring a safety.
Yeah, exactly. He wants to bring this free safety 10. He doesn't want him nerfed to be alternate 1 or whatever.
I don't have to bring the 12-1. I have to bring the safety. Did I play any of you in the first quarter of SOMIFA? No. I have to play 10 in the first quarter.
You might mess Wayne up there because you didn't capitalize all your letters there, Dennis.
I did that on purpose. I didn't dot my E's and cross my I's.
Why does it matter if it's capitalized?
No, because Wayne was saying something. He missed somebody or something because somebody didn't capitalize them. I don't see how that messed his pickup because if he didn't capitalize them,
rolls through and it shows up.
I don't think he was doing a search. I think he was just like it just kind of kept your eye more.
Well, I wish that pick had been made. That's the one I wanted. You're up again, Dennis.
yeah. Trying to get another inside linebacker. I'm just gonna have to draft somebody, I guess, or take the other guy I was thinking about. What's wrong with Kelvin Joseph? Does he just stink?
He's a second round pick who's backing up guys who weren't even that great.
You're talking for Dallas?
Yeah.
Wasn't he involved in that off-season shooting too?
Was
Well,
it
that's always
really?
a plus.
Really Dill.
Sharp shooter.
How's his aim?
I don't know. I think did he get shot in the calf or something? I kind of remember something weird about that.
What you want is him shooting at the first stringer.
There you go.
He was a passenger in a vehicle from which fatal shots were fired in April of the off-season.
Just out minding his own business.
Yeah.
So he decided to shoot someone dead.
It is the 7th round.
Typical.
Yeah, but we don't know the details of that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, in terms of the legal jeopardy for his career.
No.
I mean, I said not knowing the details of that. I haven't heard it to be like a big thing. I'm almost more concerned that he's a backup. Why is he starting? You know what I'm saying?
Well, I think another concern is that
isn't he backup Anthony Brown? I'm sorry, good.
Some people have the impression he's more concerned about his rapping career than he is about his football career.
Well,
that's a wrap on that pick.
At least he has some skills, Dennis.
I mean, the decision making is the problem. But, like you said, it's the 7th round.
Yeah.
Which further goes to show why you would trade with Tom for a 9th round pick.
I'm not building up a roster. I don't mind having late picks. I'm not prepared like usual. Well, I guess I can't oversell the 9th round pick. You're right, Nathan. 8th round pick, perhaps. I was talking about for Rodney Hudson. I go up for the 9th round pick.
I think 6th round is my cutoff, where I feel like anything's worth a crap. Other than very specific, like probably a 1 year, maybe like a 0-something at the end where I can get a little pass rush, or maybe a short yardage running back or something like that. But maybe a returner. Well, I might have got Tyron Johnson in like the 7th round last year. I think he killed it from last year in a couple leagues.
I think it was Marcus Johnson, wasn't it?
Well, I got him too, but Tyron Johnson last year, I'm pretty sure I got as the last guy that I liked as a big play receiver, and I used him a lot.
You're up, Tom, just so you know.
What's that?
I was just letting Tom know he's on the clock.
Oh.
I think Travis Gibson was a 10th round pick last year.
Somebody get up there.
Hey, Zeb, can you announce my selection?
Sure.
Jets select Anthony Schwartz, kick returner Cleveland.
Yep, got it.
A kick returner for the year, even though he sucks, they'll only be touchbacks anyway. And he's got some NFL ability as a receiver, so why not? Future roster spot, possible save.
May the Schwartz be with you.
And also with you. So, Nathan, you want some late picks? I've got 8, 9, and 3 10s.
Yeah, probably not.
All yours for the taking.
My long night kind of took the wind out of my sails on this draft. Just kind of watching it happen now.
So you got no picks left at all, Nate?
I don't think so.
Oh, yeah, that makes it hard to I don't think I could put up with the last 3.5 rounds if I didn't have any picks. I would have.
Well, eventually, if I see something that might be useful, I'll throw out a next year pick for one. And there are definitely some things that I could probably use, but I actually also have a couple pieces I could probably trade off to get something if I need, I think. Yeah, I got Tyron Johnson in the 8th round last year. And he had a pretty good card.
Dennis, I got inside linebacker 047. I haven't decided if I'd use him or trade him. And I got to research him. So let me see. That's always a possibility.
I love it. That's exactly what I need.
Or I might just use him though. I'm not sure. I don't know.
Gotcha.
Who is that, Tom?
Damian Wilson. I guess he was starting. Or what team he's on. I started researching him.
You haven't done your research, have you?
No.
Homework time.
Yeah, he's starting for the Carolina Panthers according to our lads.
All
But
right.
he has a 4th rounder behind him, Brandon Smith.
So a 2nd round pick next year sounds appropriate.
Not for me.
Starting for Carolina. Come on, Dennis. All right, I'll throw it at 8, 9, and 3/10.
I'm good. I'm sure somebody will pop up.
What if I throw my 10 next year? That'll good. I don't get that doesn't move the needle.
Not for a second, no sir.
Fine, you want to make it a 3rd?
I have an offer for a 4th.
Well, he likes
Anzalone, so
he likes supplemental picks, Dennis. If you trade him some supplemental picks, he might go for it.
yeah. Just because he's starting doesn't mean he's any good.
What?
There's lots of guys that start and wind up with 0 zeros.
Well, they're all Seahawks.
Yeah, that's true too.
I think we've had this conversation.
Lots of guys that start week 1 that don't last the season too.
Looks like Tom got Damian Wilson in the supplemental draft.
Nice. That's good roster building when you can.
You're gonna trade that guy, Tom?
I said I might use him, and he started. I actually traded for him. I didn't. I kind of liked him. Well, I knew he was. I kind of liked him when we came into the league, and then I think last year or 2 years ago, I was looking for a 1-year outside linebacker 44. Nathan, instead of doing going your way, and I was able to pick him up. I think from Dave Scott for like a 5 or something like that.
It was a 4th round pick originally.
I got to thumbs up my own pick this year because I had Zeb announced it. So if I had Zeb announced it, the first thing to do it for me. So I thumbed it up to kind of confirm that I was approving it. So it was great. Monty Rice is interesting. I like these guys who are like, they're on short-term IR, they're not starting, and there's not really a great guy in front of them. It's like maybe they were going to start if they get hurt. Who knows? It's like late in the draft. You know what I'm saying?
Carolina Panthers linebacker Damian Wilson out of jail on bond. This is the guy you want to send around there.
And starting, see? Who cares about the criminal stuff? You want him with Calvin Joseph?
No, if you had led with this, Dennis might have been more interested.
That's true. He could travel with Calvin on the road.
Ice Cube. Thank you. Oh, when do you want?
You're up, and that's for Arizona.
Yeah, I'll make the pick right now.
But just making sure you know.
Thanks. Oh, that's kind of hard to get.
It's got to be humiliating for a guy like Urban Meyer to like dominate in college football, and then like come to the NFL and like, become like a laughingstock.
I have a feeling that he just blames it on everyone else anyway.
Especially Josh Lambo. Is he the one that he kicked? Was that Josh Lambo?
Punter, whatever.
I think it was the kick. I think it was the kicker. It was a kicker. I think it was Josh Lambo. I'm not certain if it was him though.
I think he's suing him actually. The Jacksonville.
He's a good pick. you know what you're doing means it ends up with Phineas cursing out Theodora with.
Tom,
Yes.
so now that I made a pick, what's the thought on Jamie and Sherwood from our resident Jets expert?
I haven't heard much about him really, but I haven't been following all the ins and outs of the Jets, so I wouldn't say I've heard anything one way or the other. So I wouldn't be terribly excited. I would say, but you're good with these late round guys, so maybe who knows?
I definitely don't know there.
Sorry, I have stopped tracking the draft picks as they go. I just get them at the end.
What?
There we go. 3 rounds to go.
Derek Barnes might have been a good pick this round too.
Oh yeah, definitely. He was on my radar. I don't know. That allure of the second round pick of Calvin Joseph
Right.
stuck with me.
Well, I think Barnes is a third round pick.
Yeah, and he's like,
Both of them are kind of similar, though they haven't really grabbed their opportunity yet, and it's not necessarily because they have great players to them.
exactly.
Well, Calvin Joseph has, Diggs is really good in front of him on the one corner, but there's still a job for taking on the other side.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny, like if you go to our lads now, and it's probably appropriate, but a lot of their defensive depth charts will only list 2 linebackers. Like showing up as a base 4.25 or a base 3.35. See anybody you like, Nathan? I got 3 picks this round.
Nah, I'm checked out.
Okay.
I'm just reading about Tom and Dennis's all incarcerated team.
Oh, Damian Wilson.
And Kelvin, whatever his name was there.
Well,
Kelvin Wilson.
as a person,
They're out on.
I don't think Joseph was a terrible pick.
He's a feature starter.
I was concerned about the non-starting right now more before I knew the other stuff. But look, I don't know. There's the talent. I don't know. I didn't do as much prep. I didn't do really anywhere near my normal prep this year. So normally there's still guys I like a lot down here, but because I didn't really prep, there aren't. But normally most of those guys don't pan out. So change to a model of. Well, this year was for health reasons mostly anyway, but if I do continue in these leagues, in the fall league, I'll probably be switching to a model of less time involved without much impact on the results. because all the work I was doing wasn't really showing up. In my opinion, in the later rounds, I miss doing the video work, and I will do the video work, but maybe not read as much. I might maybe confine my video work to guys drafted the first 2 rounds or something like that.
Well, that'll
Guys
also let you go
That'll
let you go get some guys you can use for the year in these rounds.
Or yes, via trade preferably. Well, or trade away 4th and 5th round picks and such.
Excuse me.
See if that gets through the committee.
You're good.
I'm back on it. Should I call for a review?
Yeah, do it.
Arizona's up.
Oh, let's get it. What do you want for Arizona?
I'm so glad I moved those picks for something. Because I would not have the roster room. I'd be like making hard decisions on cutting guys. I hate that. You know what I'm saying?
I don't have that problem.
I've got, the problem of
That can feel your pain though.
the problem of having to make a tough decision at the end of the roster.
I have a problem finding a guy that's even rated. I would have to cut.
Why am I cutting rated guys?
I don't think I ever have to.
Now I'm down to 2 late 10s this year. If I end up having to eat those, so be it. But I don't want to blow 8 and a 9. You know what I'm saying? At the very least, those are usually like returner and blocking back picks if you need them. But now you can kickers and punters whenever, right?
Yeah.
So it shows you how much you overdrafted my kicker.
Someone took him really early in another draft, I think.
Probably ought to win. Right or wrong?
I don't know. I mean, there's a 50-50 shot.
Well, that's true. It could be a Strat 28. Strat 28 is the league with the guy took Justin Tucker in the second round of the start from scratch draft.
Well, that was Jody.
From the entire NFL, not a rookie draft in which people look at you funny when you take a second draft. You're building your entire team. You took your kicker second, and then Dave Gabbard, did Dave Gabbard win the Somsa title?
Yes, he beat me. Thanks for bringing it up.
Dave Gabbard, who's now a champion, this is 5 or 6 years ago. He had something to learn, perhaps. Said he's the only one we're taking that high. I said,
I suppose the answer was he's the highest rated kicker. I mean, you got that.
Yeah, that's what he meant.
How do you know that's what he meant?
I'm just saying that's the only thing that makes sense.
I don't know, unless he agreed. They were friends, and maybe they thought this guy's,
Maybe.
I mean, Justin Tucker's a great kicker. Maybe it might be the Hall of Fame one day, but you'll take a kicker in the second round of you're building a 53-man roster.
Maybe you don't.
No, I definitely don't.
Dennis thanks you.
It's not like somebody's playing one of those like pop-up games, like the old it's a little plastic that pops around like there's a ball rolling around.
Yeah, what was that? That was where you would pop it and it would roll the dice inside.
Oh.
There was so many different pop games. Which one they pop and roll the dice inside? I'm not sure.
Yeah, no, I know what he's talking about. Like in the middle of the board or something, you push down and they bounce them up.
Red Man Football?
That's the one.
There you go, Dennis. Zach McPherson.
It's called Trouble.
Yeah.
Trouble. Oh, yes, I used to like that. I didn't know that was the one you're referring to.
Yeah.
It's also a very colorful game, I believe.
Ooh, look at the
It's
expression.
like a dumbed down Yahtzee, or not Yahtzee. Parcheesi. It's like a sorry or a Parcheesi style.
I think I need some backup defensive tackles. How many tackles? I have to cut some guys probably. How many tackles you need on a current roster situation? 3, 4, 3, or 2 or 3?
I only need one player game. I guess I have to have a backup.
3.
You play 3-4. You need 3 defensive tackles.
Yep.
Jesus.
Cracks me about injuries. There's no way to have like any kind of specialist at all on your roster and have any real value in depth.
And what about the fun factor? when you lose, Travis Kelce,
commented on my
you have
son.
you have to use your backup tight end the whole game. That's where the enjoyment comes in for me. I was like, all right, fine. I've got a corner 6. He's really good. Let's see what the 0 can do. That's what I want to know.
You were calling my game against Paul 1 year towards the end of the year when I had LaShawn McCoy and that monster card, and I had like 3 or 4 injuries, and then McCoy got injured. And I basically said that exact thing, and we got a good laugh at it. Boy, this sure is adding to my enjoyment of the game. I was like, I voted against injury. I know, Paul. That's why I said it to you. I wouldn't say it to someone else in the middle of the game, like I had voted for him. I'm not trying to be a jerk. Not to Paul, anyway.
Unfortunately, Nathan, I think sometimes we don't try to be jerks, but it comes across that way anyway.
Natural. Well, that's what I'm saying, though. Like, I know Paul. My first strat game I ever officially played was against Paul. So, like, I felt it was okay. It was kind of like when we were playing our SSFA game, and they were like, wow, they're making a lot. They sure are chatting. I don't think I'd want to do it. I'm like, well, me and Tom, I would, but not for, not other people.
Yeah, but it's also the personality of the people involved.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you and I joke around a lot, and I wouldn't say we really rib each other, but we might occasionally put a little rib remark in there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But like, I wouldn't do that with somebody else. Like I made a remark at the end of it. I lost a playoff game a couple years ago. Like after the last play, I made a remark that was like a joke to me. It was like a joke about a player on my own team, and the other coach took it as like a remark, like I was like putting down his victory or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, no, my guy sucked, and I was like commenting on him, kind of blaming him for the loss in like a joking way, But the guy, the guy took it the other way.
It happens easily in text.
Yeah. Yes. Exactly. That's why. My voice. I think voice never possible. There's the WhatsApp, and you can send voice memos, and you have to worry about it. Plus, I don't have to do that. I'm talking anyway. I had to read a text. I had to dick that anyway. I might as well just talk.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, that was it was a very relaxed. It was we were joking around a lot during the Super Bowl, and it was good. It was good. It was. And somehow, I think
first several years I was a face-to-face player too. So
there you go. Obviously, I grew up playing face-to-face all the time. So of course now though, I tried playing Dennis while talking like this, early like in the regular season, and we were going about I was going about 3 times as slowly, which I didn't realize because I'm just talking and hanging out, and Dennis like I can't play like this, and we had to switch to regular, and I looked at the timestamp and he was right. I was like, okay,
Well, Dennis probably had 3 other games lined up for that day, so.
Yeah, I think for that hour. So. That's all. Yeah. So. Oh, Jamie Sherwood. Didn't someone take him already? Someone named Zeb Strong.
Yeah.
They're trying to hijack the roster.
I asked Zeb if he would take him, and he said, "I sure would." Thank you very much.
Oh, good.
I also took a Jet in S28, Jason Pinnock, and then they cut him the next day.
Nice.
Speaking of that, Tom, Sue Cravens is getting cut from my team today.
Oh, no.
Yay.
You know who's getting cut from my team this year?
Amir Abdullah.
Well, I don't think he was on this team. He was an Audubon guy.
Yeah.
Might be a pass catching block for the Raiders this year, so don't cut him.
That's right. You know he's getting cut from my. Well, I don't have that team. They wouldn't let me have the team anymore, Dennis. You know who's getting cut from my team this year?
No.
Who's that?
RG3?
No, he's already cut. that low pain tolerating quarterback, Andrew Luck.
Ooh. The one that you told Dennis, or that year after year after year, that he was so much better than Russell Wilson.
I didn't put it that way.
Dude, you were like on it that way. Yes, that was.
No, you were exaggerating. You're putting it to Trubisky levels.
All I can say is I had a little tally going of each year Russ would land ahead of Luck in Ed's rankings, and I would think I was ahead like 4 to 4-2 or something like that.
I
when he
think luck might have
retired.
been once, maybe. Yes.
Yeah, maybe it was once, but they were pretty close.
Luck was supposed to be a great quarterback. You know, supposed to be. And if he'd played a lot longer, who knows? Who knows what would have happened? You know.
Hey, don't feel too bad. I traded from the third spot to the second spot with Dennis and Autumn Wind. Gave him like a third-round pick to get RG3 in front of Russell Wilson.
Oh, nice.
When I probably knew he wouldn't even take RG3.
Yeah, that was
really
solid
nice move on my part.
I think, that was pretty cool. Those are the days when I was competitive in Autumn Wind.
Well, those were the days.
Yeah, I don't think this year I'm going to be my first time in I think a decade. I won't get double-digit wins.
Do you have Russell Wilson?
But I got no defense. Very poor.
Do you have Russell Wilson?
It'll be fun. And I have no running back.
Is it a 30-man league with Russell Wilson?
Yes, but I have no. I traded everything away, guys.
That poor, very poor. That it is tough. That is tough. It can be tough. I played almost every year with that stuff.
I purposely didn't draft a running back, so I'd have to start. I'm starting Phillip Lindsay and Zach Moss as my running backs. There's no way I'm going to be.
Were you making a playoff run last year, Tom? At the end.
Well, I was not going for the year, and I was at poor. I think I was poor, not poor, very poor. It was an upgrade. I was making a playoff run. I ended up 9-7.
You get a 30-man league,
I had only one running back who was not subject to low carry fatigue, and he only had like 13 carries. I was poor on defense. I had Baker Mayfield, who was okay, but not great, you know. And I had one running back who was only okay, by the way. It wasn't like I had a great card. One running back, like 13 subject on fatigue, and all my other running backs were subject to fatigue. And I'd run them anyway. And I went 9-7.
Other than quarterback having not enough carries is probably the hardest thing to overcome, I think.
I've got carries. I've got bad carries though.
Oh, your guy Trey Brown just went, Dennis.
Yeah, I was happy to see that. I got him with the last pick in S28. He's injured right now. He's got a chance to.
He's one of those guys. He's one of those guys that short term injury. But
he's you're up to Dennis.
Yeah.
Is he injured right now, Dennis Trey Brown?
Yes.
Okay.
He's on the pup.
I'm pretty content with my draft class. Remember, Zeb, you were talking about the pup. You're better than the IR. Regularly.
Yeah, the 4 games.
Remember, Zeb, you were talking about the San Francisco lineman. I was pleased to get Aaron Banks in the late 4th round.
Yeah.
Early 4th round, actually. Head up.
Yeah, I like that pick.
That's why I have 15 offensive linemen I want to keep. That's good.
He was
And only like 2 of them are better than a 4 right now.
You took him right when he was at the top of the top of my draft board too.
Well, I've read really good things about Dickerson on Philly. So
yes.
I had Dickerson ahead of Banks, and Philly's done a great job with their lineman as well. So I was a little disappointed when he went. He was on my radar in the 3rd, and he went. Yeah.
Well, the only bad thing I've heard about Dickerson is he was hurt a lot in
college.
Yeah, he's had an extensive injury history.
Like Zach Wilson. Like Zach Wilson.
Well, it's different. It's hard to compare different positions.
Yes, but I'm saying that Zach Wilson had injury history in college.
Injury
as a sophomore.
Yeah.
So, but it's, not to mention whether or not he's any good or not.
Well, that's the difference. Is that Dickerson sounds like he's.
Yes, there was a
difference.
Zach Wilson is at best questionable right now.
Yeah.
If you're optimistic, you think he's questionable. Oh, you got Elijah Vera Tucker. I think that was you, right?
Yeah.
I love that pick down there. He was the guy I wanted in my league. He was going to be one of my autumn win 2nd round picks, Nathan.
Oh, I like him actually. I considered taking him in the 2nd round of autumn wind. I think I ended up with.
Yeah, but there's like knowing how that league drafts, he was like already on my roster basically.
I think he's gonna be good.
I've got Eric McCoy, Cesar Ruiz. I would add him. I've got Connor Williams moving over to center. I had Colton Miller. I had Jack Conklin. I think another talented tackle on the team also.
Oh, D. Eskridge, another Seahawk.
Best pick ever that Jody did with you, Tom or Dennis.
I know that was so bad,
Oh,
but
dude.
I gotta suck it up.
Don't advertise a pick as something that's not.
I know, but what can I do? I was a commissioner. I can't like throw a fit. Just
Well, you
gotta
could.
take it.
But I mean, you got screwed.
Best pick
Yeah,
ever
it's
on what? Best pick ever on what?
No. So he said I have pick 6.1 available or 7.1. I don't remember what it was. It was advertised as the first pick in the round that was upcoming. So I traded for it, and then I selected Eskridge, and he actually had the second pick of the round, and his buddy Dave Gabbard drafted Eskridge after he saw me put
Because
the pick out
actually,
there.
I have this. And then he took him. Maybe they worked together to flush you out, see what you wanted.
I don't think so. I think there's just so few wide receivers available in the draft.
That would have pissed me off.
Yeah,
I would have thrown a fit. What?
Yeah, like Dan is right now.
You call yourself a general manager?
Cool. He got some yards on his card, doesn't he?
Heck yeah, he does.
See, that's if I'd been paying attention, that would have been the type of guy I could have traded up for.
I don't even know what my third receiver is. I think it's either Chris Conley or DeMarcus Robinson. Leftovers.
I've Laquan Treadwell. I don't even have a fourth receiver.
Laquan Treadwell.
I had to trade for
Yeah,
Ken Patrick and draft Devonta Smith.
I think I lambasted Zeb when he took was a Rams receiver. I think he took it in the late first round. Zeb 1 year, early on in me doing draft shows.
Who was it?
Givens, maybe was it you?
Oh, yeah, quite possibly.
He was a Ram.
Yep.
Yeah. When I was like early doing draft shows, one of the earliest draft shows.
Well, he didn't really. Yeah. He didn't really last very long.
And I didn't know Zeb that well yet, nearly as well. That was when I was extra crunchy, the extra crunchy version of Tom. Pretty crunchy today.
Although he did put me in the Super Bowl, the SOMIFA Bowl 1 year.
There you go. He's doing Marlon Humphrey. Getting that pick six to win the title.
Yeah, that was a different. That was a different. Yeah.
Arizona's up.
Yeah.
This is cool. I've got 2 10s, and I need 2 defensive tackles. Problem solved.
You can get a couple 4s out there, maybe.
That's what the round is for.
I have Kenny Clark's my starter, Dennis. I play a 3-4.
Oh, then you want some pass rush. Get a 0.5 or something.
Possibly with a inside linebacker 0.47, Dennis. Aren't you jealous?
Oh, very jealous.
I think there might be a 0.5 defensive tackle in this draft.
There was, yeah.
I'm going to scout players now.
I'm
sitting and fighting. I cut my breakfast short. Now I'm eating
my
something.
starter in S28, Contavious Street, a 0.5. If someone hasn't already gobbled him up.
Oh,
No, he said that.
I see a trio of 0-4s.
Oh,
Look out. You know, I led one win in sacks with DJ Jones last year. Anthony, he's a nose tackle 0-4, I believe.
try leading it with Tyson Alualu.
Nice. What is he?
Like a 1 or something. I don't know.
It was so funny. We were having a discussion about the pass rush after the season, right? And I was arguing with Mark Lepage like usual about how the pass rush is important, and the real said it's not important. Like, oh, we should all be like you and learn how to do it. So you got DJ Jones lead league in sacks. Like he said something like as if I was like trying to take credit, like because I know I use pass rush, I got my nose tackle 0-4 to lead league in sacks. What are you talking about? I was like,
People that can't see there's more than one way to do something frustrate. There's plenty of different approaches. Like, I mean, most of the time when I'm building my team, it has to do with what I've got or what I like to do.
But the DJ Jones, that was just a fluke thing. It was a funny thing that I posted a couple of times. I wasn't even like pass rush crazy with that team, like all over the place. It was just a crazy result.
Pass rush, like it's impossible,
And Nathan, didn't you do that with Tyson Alulu one year too?
Yeah, he ended up with a bunch. I think they must have all been reassigned or something. I don't know.
Like a 4 pass rush guy went up with 15 sacks for the year.
Imagine the
I
salary.
mean, that was S28. So you like bottom wind, a big league. You're going to have a lot more weak teams, weak lines, and then I just blitzed like crazy. I had like a 0 starting a corner and a 4. So yeah, and I think I won the league that year.
I'm not good enough to do that. To win with a corner 0. Like you guys have done that, I believe.
You bring pressure, and I mean, the bigger the league, that you're like you've mentioned it before, Tom. You're going to run into some teams that you can't do that against, and then you have a problem.
Well, that was back in the day. I'm sure mine some.
But, you're not wrong that in a 24 league team or a 24 team league that you're going to run into some teams that have a bunch of 7s, like a wall. And then
but you can get through the wall. You don't need that many sacks to make a difference. If they have a good offense, Well, but like in one and win, like even with the bad defense and some pass rush, there's a lot of teams you can do some things against. Well, like I didn't have a lot of pass rush on that team this year, and I was not pass rushing like crazy. But there were certain matchups where, this guy's a 6 and this guy's a 7, and let me do some extra blitzing.
Oh yeah,
a couple of threes.
Some teams have like a 7 left guard and like a 2 right guard, and so you're like, well, I definitely want to bring 2 if I bring anything.
Yeah, exactly.
And some guys for some reason have their 2 at left guard, and you're like, okay, I'm bringing 1, and they're 7 at right guard.
Yeah. Well, the guys don't know the thing, the grid.
It may be a calculated risk I think some of these leagues had a lot of 4-3s in them last year where they're just like, well, they're going to put their best pass rusher over here. I have to give them the benefit of the doubt, I guess.
Dennis, I got to look over things. I might be keeping Freeman out because I might be fielding a somewhat competitive team. Even though I just got to look at my roster, like after the draft and stuff, and see what I want to do. Okay.
Sounds good.
Devonta Freeman?
Yeah.
Yes. Dennis inquired about him like in July, but then I had my health problems. And then it was only the last week that I got around to trying to do any trading or whatever at all. I really didn't start my draft prep until this week either. And so I slacked him. I slacked him around. I slacked him this morning and said, "Hey, are you still interested in Freeman? 3 next year," but he was busy, or maybe I might have done it like when the draft had started. It was like 5%. He could look at it. He looked at it now. He had to do his drafting. Bob's drafting, and of course, host our fabulous StreamYard show.
Right. Well, I mean, if you're ever interested in like how we've been talking about certain backs on certain teams, you just look at all the Baltimore running backs getting replaced, and all the guys they got cards there were all good too.
Yeah,
There's
I
definitely
was pretty sure
backs on those types of teams.
I was pretty sure Freeman get a pretty decent card. Yeah. There's spots like I knew I was very confident that Jonas Johnson would get a very nice card of some variety. You know, I drafted him in 4th round of SSFA. I was like, you look at the stats in that team. I was like, number 1 in the league in rushing. He's got a good average. Mayfield's passing stats were very bad. It's like he has to get a good card. And the starter Chubb's already going to get a good card. So it's not like you have a situation like if the starter's not that great, and some 400-yard guy is a good average, he might not get a great card. But the starter's already really good. They don't have to nerf the backup's card so bad. You know what I'm saying?
Well, just being on those teams, I mean, that's why Dennis's doing a full rebuild, and I paid up to get Sanders. I paid over what he even wanted. I mean, you have to kind of assume that he's going to have a good card on that team.
Yeah. Dennis, should I engineer your order when rebuild, Dennis?
Sure.
You just got to get rid of the quarterback.
No, can't do that. It's got another 10 years, man. To retool, baby.
Maybe just as a draft advisor. Like
I traded.
We already tried
Von Miller.
Good.
I traded Von Miller for Devonta Smith. That's what it turned out to be.
Von Miller for Devonta Smith?
Well, I traded Von Miller for 2.2, and then
what a steal!
Devonta Smith was there.
Beautiful.
So
I didn't put right in front of him too.
So it'll become your order win draft advisor, Dennis, to rebuild that team and help stymie Mark Lepage.
I would love that.
And now I would not be your general manager because we already tried that; it didn't work. So I would be the draft advisor.
What do you mean it didn't work? It worked great. Yeah, I have so many good young players on my S28 team.
What you should do is be in charge of like the first 4 rounds, and then after that, let Dennis do his thing.
No. The only way it works, one guy in my view, one guy has to be the GM, and he makes all the decisions, and that's that. And Dennis knows how to build his teams. Look, Dennis is the most successful strat coach out there. So really, he doesn't need anybody. But his drafting of young players is not the greatest. So really, I just scout all the young players. And if he has draft picks, I tell him who to take. But all the trading, everything else, he let him do everything, and I just run the draft. Which would mean that I'm giving him revealing some things for SOMIFA draft, but I'm not as hardcore. I'm not as into draft football now as I was back then. So I'm not as upset about revealing my opinion on certain players to him if it was to help something we're working on. So I could be his order win draft consultant, and basically, if he has draft picks, I'll pick guys in those spots,
and then he'll come snag those guys from you in SOMIFA.
Until
that's the problem.
Well, maybe, but it depends how many. It depends how many picks he's got and this and that, and and like I said, I'm a little more relaxed about that now. Not that I'll give my opinions willy-nilly to everyone else, but plus since Dennis is my friend, I wouldn't mind seeing him rise to the top and dominate order win again.
I would mind.
Yeah, I don't think dominate's gonna happen for a while, but I always want to be competitive. There goes my contingency plan at inside linebacker.
Damian Wilson's stock is soaring.
Actually, I'm talking with Scott.
Dennis trying to gain some leverage here in this discussion. Go ahead, Dennis. Tell us what you're talking to Scott about.
Well, he wants a third for Cunningham. I just think it's a little much, but
For
What's
who?
Cunningham's rating?
460.
That's not
40
bad.
406.
460.
Uh-huh. It's possible I still might trade Freeman, by the way. You know, I tend to think future.
Trade who?
I still might trade Freeman. Devonta.
What do you want for him?
I don't know. Probably
He wanted a straight third for me, so
probably at least a 3.
And you didn't jump all over that, Dennis?
I have like somebody like that already. I have
He has DeMarcus Furman, similar to Devonta Freeman.
I'll tell you what, Tom.
Yes.
I'll give you a third for Freeman and Wilson.
that's what I offered him right now.
Did you?
That's an
Yeah.
interesting offer.
But you got to keep in mind that I'm probably going to lose more than Dennis.
The last time you told me, the last time I traded with you under the assumption that we could lose a lot of games, I traded you DeAndre Hopkins.
Now that was your
a
assumption.
first round pick.
was your
Last time I assumed to lose a lot of games.
And
I traded DeAndre Hopkins for a first pick, and then you traded for Kirk Cousins like 4 days later.
and remember we talked about what happened there. I had made offers to Ron, and he like literally never got back to me or said I'll have to think about it or whatever, and never literally. But it was over. The talks were over, and then he just literally messaged me like the day before the draft. I want to say, I was like, "What would you give me? What's your best offer?" And I had already traded some of my picks. I'm like, I can give you my first, and I think maybe I'd give like a pick the following year. So that was definitely not my plan. Was because Keenum had an okay card. I was going to play with Keenum. In fact, that might have been the Keenum card that I took to Autumn Wind Championship. Like, it wasn't that good, but it was not bad.
I got to look over my roster. There's a good chance that in the right deal, I will trade Freeman. And I'm not trying to. I got to look at Wilson too and see where he fits on my team in the NFL. There's a rumor that he's starting for the Carolina Panthers. That's intriguing to me. Why should I be trading Wilson then if he's a starter? I mean, it's a field free. Of course, I got to look at my roster space as well.
Dennis, let me know if you make that trade for Cunningham, because if you don't, I might go inquire later. I'm not going to steal him out from under you, since you're the one that told me about it. But
All right, maybe I should just make it then.
I think it's not a bad deal.
He's still starting, right?
I believe so. I mean, I haven't looked at it all, but
Zach Cunningham?
yeah.
Yeah.
I think he broke his forearm.
What?
I'm just joking.
See, that sounded like such bullshit. He broke his forearm. That's what you come up with?
I'm a little tired. If I was more alert, maybe would have gone with canine abuse. I don't know. Is he on? He's on the Texans.
Yeah, Texans.
He's not listed here on our lads.
Yeah, he is. Right
Is he?
next to D'Amico. Or no, sorry, he's on the Titans, not the Texans. He went from the Texans to the Titans.
Okay. Three, 4. How old is this guy? On the card.
26, something like that. He's 27 years old. Birthday in December.
Card.
All right,
Born
I'll
in
do that trade.
late 3 for Zach Cunningham.
Yeah.
I do have the TRC member here. It's not bad.
Those 6s against the run are actually pretty damn handy.
Absolutely.
As a linebacker. Especially if you're used to playing with garbage and nose tackles all the time.
Yeah. They're handy regardless.
Yeah.
You've got a good nose tackle. With that linebacker zone -1 or +4. And it's him taking Garrett Gilbert.
New quarterback system.
Poor Sam Darnold. They just lost another starting job now in SOMIFA. He's going to start me this year. thought it was going to work out, Dennis. I drafted Sam Donaldson. Like, isn't that great to get the young franchise quarterback? I was like, for your favorite everything like this is not going to work out. Don't you understand? This is not. This is the Jets.
I was hoping it would for you.
Well, I was hoping is always.
Well, but think of the alternative now, Tom. Remember, because
I would have taken Saquon Barkley.
Luck didn't announce his retirement, and you were saying if he had done it a little earlier, you would have gone hard after Baker Mayfield. It would have cost you a lot more to have Baker than it did to have Donald.
But I would feel like Mayfield still might be a decent starting quarterback.
Yeah, he might be.
Yeah.
But would you feel
of these two situations, you can't. That's.
Of the situation where you
I would have had Mayfield's card though a couple years ago, a pretty good card as a rookie. I don't know what I did that year.
You said you definitely would have given up more than what Ed gave us, which was quite a bit, I think.
No, I don't think I'd give up a whole lot. I don't think in that deal.
I remember the show. You can.
I don't think Ed gave up a whole lot. Is what I said. I'm not saying I didn't say it. You said that Ed gave quite a bit. I gave him a whole lot.
You said you give up more.
Okay. And you said would I rather have but part of that more would have been the number 3 overall, which ended up being Donald anyway, right?
No, you would have gone for Mayfield, spent the assets.
Yeah, no, I feel like you're not hearing anything I'm saying because you assume I'm going to argue with you. I'm not arguing with you. What I'm saying is, I'm not saying I didn't say that. What I'm saying is that I don't think Ed gave up a ton to move up and get Mayfield. Okay, and I probably would have given up more if I said I gave more than I would have. But part of my more would have included the number 3 overall, which ended up being Donald anyway. You understand? You hear what I'm saying?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, like I would, and actually I ended up trading up to number 2 overall, but I had the number 3 overall. That would have been part of the more that I gave, which ended up only being a wasted pick anyway, being Donald. So
you think if you had done that, you'd have been better off?
I don't know. Is Mac Jones going to throw 20 interceptions this year? We don't know. We don't know what Mac Jones is going to do. You know what I'm saying? You know, Matt Patricia not known for his offensive play calling.
I hope Zach Wilson dominates, and so does Trey Lance.
It wouldn't bother me in the least. If those guys play well,
if you're a Jets fan, it wouldn't bother you.
Well, I'm a Jet, but number 1, Zach Wilson's not going to play great because the Jets. All right, number 1. And also Zach Wilson. We've seen him play. I mean, and we'll see what happens. But no, I'm not in a position right now. I don't know. I'm not all hopped up about this. You know what I'm saying? It's like if Mac Jones fails, I get another quarterback. You know what I'm saying? I'm not all. I mean, I might even be. I mean, I've cut. I mean, I was even thinking about leaving. I might even. You know, there's a chance I could leave somebody for next year. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't know. I mean, I've had a lot of stuff going on, so we'll see what happens. But I'm not. I don't have intense feeling about it like I might have a few years ago. You know.
I feel like Mac Jones, like, as a worst case scenario, could have like a Joe Flacco type career, at least his earlier years. You know.
Yeah, or Andy Dalton.
Maybe, yeah.
It's hard to imagine him being worse than Andy Dalton.
I was thinking better than Andy Dalton. But.
Yeah, that's going to be at least the basement. Flacco had that strong arm.
Flacco had some good cards. One of my best offenses I ever had was with Flacco.
SSFA. Yeah, that was Super Bowl I between the Jets and the Rams. Not the rematch.
Like over 40 touchdowns that you in our which was a lot.
We had 2 great Super Bowls together.
Yeah,
that's cool. Should have double teamed somebody in that long game.
Yeah, should have tried to sack him instead.
At the end, I tried to sack. Like 11-yard line.
Well, you learned your lesson.
I was not going to come after him on 1st and 10 from your own 30, but you need a touchdown to win it while 90 seconds left. Interception split on my card would be nice. Yeah, that was a great game though. And I was just glad. I was glad I had a great team. They at the end they did not underachieve because during the season they sucked. I was the regular season I was 6-5 at one point. they were.
Yeah,
I mean, my team was like ridiculously good.
yeah.
You know,
Your team was the team I didn't want to play.
to be 6-5, that team was like a crazy. So I was like, okay, to like have a good postseason, to win these postseason games, to make the Super Bowl, and then to lose an epic Super Bowl by 1 point, you know, against a great offense and a great coach, and the whole because this thing, okay, that's fine, I can live with that. You know what I'm saying? But it's like I didn't want to be like, you know, 10-6 and losing the first round with this team. You know what I'm saying? 10-6, at 6-5, like, am I maybe making the playoffs? And I finished 500. It was crazy. That team will be good next year again, though. They won't be quite as good as this year. They will be good. I think I have 3 6s in the secondary again.
Nice. I think I have a drop off there.
I gotta find a corner 5. I think I got a 4 otherwise, and I got 3 6s. I think because I got Adrian Phillips. I got Marshawn Lattimore. I traded a lot to you for. I got Dennis didn't like the trade. They gave it too much. I think he's wrong. I got Marshall. Dennis thinks they gave it too much in the Lattimore trade.
No,
I don't think so either.
Lattimore's a shutdown 6. I mean, I was literally, and I'm sure you got the impression. I'm like, I'm not giving up. I'm not doing it for any less than what I'm doing this. He's a lockdown 6, and
I agree with you. I was like, I see where he's coming from.
And the only reason I was doing it because I had a lot of different things I needed to do, and I knew I could get by.
You know, that's crazy. I just realized that we made a huge deal, and we met the Super Bowl, like in this epic Super Bowl that was so close. Just like Jay and I made this huge deal with the Peyton Manning thing. No, Jay was bidding against me for Peyton Manning when Manning was late in his career. The guy was trading him SFA, and Jay and I were bidding back and forth, and I won the bid, and I got Peyton Manning, and then we faced off the Super Bowl, and he beat Peyton Manning with Mike Glennon, the rookie Glennon. So it's like
I traded you Mike Vick the year we met.
So,
I traded
you. So if you make a big trade with me in SFA, if I make Super Bowl, you will face me.
We're going to the Super Bowl.
Yes.
Made a trade with Tom. I'm going to the Super Bowl.
Well, I have to make it. I made big trades, and I don't go to the Super Bowl. So the key is I have to get the Super Bowl. Make a big trade, I get the Super Bowl, then you get to play me there. That's the key. I made 3 times in SFA. Never in SOMIFA. I did make the semis a couple years ago with Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Ooh, no, my secondary improved in SSFA. I had 2 of my safeties turn from 4s to 6s, but I lost a 5-corner, so I got.
Both your safeties went from 4s to 6s?
Yeah, I had Kevin Byard and Antoine Winfield Jr.
Nice. I think Levante David and Eric Kendricks both 6s again against the pass? I think so. Yes or no? Someone tell me.
Sorry, what was the question?
Levante David and Eric Kendricks both 6s against the pass this year?
Yes, 6'5'7" and 6'5'3", Kendricks and Levante.
And Kenny Clark is only a 5, I think.
He's a 6.
No, 6.
Miles, you got Miles Garrett.
You know what? Maybe I might only have 2 6s in the secondary. John Johnson is only a 5 this year, right?
Lattimore and Adrian Phillips.
Those are my 6s. Adrian Phillips is one of my scouted guys. He was a guy that and when I did the video work, I was like, I like this guy. He looks good. And I drafted him pretty late, I think, or it might have even been supplemental. And he'd been a 4 most years. All of a sudden, he blew up. I was like, oh, if I scout a guy and they get him supplemental because of 4 of you, I'm like, oh, cool, that's good. Even though it doesn't like really impact the team.
It looks like he was your 3rd supplemental pick. John Johnson's a 5'5".
Just imagine if the first 2 were. They must be 7s. You only had 2 6s back there. So I had 2 6s in the secondary. I got 2 past 6s at linebacker. I got 2 6s at defensive line. I think I've got a big hole.
Johnson and Latavius Murray. That's a good combo.
Yep. See? Got McCaffrey to get in there and get double teamed.
Sure.
People double team McCaffrey way more than I could possibly throw to him.
They're going to probably do it more this year than any other year, too, with all the zeros.
And he can go deep. Go deep this year. Derek Carr find a way to mess it up. I mean, offensive line, I don't think is as good as usual. I don't remember. I think, well, Frank Ragnow is out, right? Or was that last year?
Looks like starting, you'll have your choice between 2 5'7" tackles or a 5'7" and a 6'5".
I only have
Two guards are 6'5", so yeah, it's pretty horrible.
So I've got 2 5'7" tackles, 2 6'5" guards, and no center.
6'5" tackle also, but I guess
6'5", the swing tackle. Get the swing tackle.
You have a 0-3 center.
Yeah,
Let it go.
So it's a bit of a down year for the offensive line. So, who's the 6'5"? Is that Lael Collins?
Yes.
Okay. And this is by that tackle situation, which is similar to what I had last year. By the way, is with Ronnie Stanley disappearing because he
You can also play Lael Collins as a 4 or 5 blocking back if you'd like.
Can you play tight end?
No, blocking back only.
Well, it's between him and Patrick Ricard. That's going to be a tough training camp battle.
Yeah.
My other guys are Colton Miller and DJ Humphries, right?
Yep.
I'm going to trade one of those dudes. I got to find an old center. I traded Ben Jones last year. I don't know what he is this year. I can get Ethan Pocic, and then your nose tackle will sack me like 4 times. See? He's a 5'2".
I don't have a center either. Oh, I could play Skira as a 0-5. That's enticing.
Joe passing with the selection. That's not a good look, Joe.
Punt return. If you have a punt return, you can send it to him.
Let me know when my pick comes up. I'm at 10:13. It's coming up in a minute, I think. It's going to be a big day for the Jets at 10:13. What's Kenny Clark's pass rush?
Let's 2.
Yeah, 6'2".
He's a -1.
Oh, you guys are way off. He's a 6'4".
Yeah.
You guys trying to get me to bring in a 0-5 for my man Kenny Clark, who Dennis almost missed out on in
Dennis
the league.
Said you might need a pass rushing DT, and I threw one out.
Who Dennis almost missed out on in the league because I told him how good he's going to be, and he drafted the pass rushing guy with all the fumbles.
You're up, Ed. You're up, Tom.
Zeb, let's see. Okay, this guy was did PD violation, but I like him anyway. Is Bobby Brown for the Rams still available?
I think so.
Zeb, can you announce it for me, please?
Yep.
Let's see.
I took him in S28.
There you go. Why not? He was drafted in the 4th round, so he probably got some nose tackle ability. It's a nose tackle defense. And he's all right, so we use PEDs. But he's very young. Maybe in a year or two he does something.
Maybe those PEDs make him stronger so he can play better.
That's right.
Boom.
You need to take ones that are more easily masked.
Or ones that outlive his suspension.
Don't ask Fernando Tatis.
That's right.
No, if you need a defensive tackle, I think that's a good, solid choice there.
Thank you.
Like you were talking about guys who are injured to start the season. It's pretty much the same scenario except it's a PED suspension.
Yeah, which is worse, of course. Because how much
it doesn't show particularly good judgment on his part.
Also, how much of whatever you were showing already was related to PEDs that may have not been discovered, and you weren't exactly lighting it up.
Yeah.
So,
although he was, like you say, he was a 4th round pick, and he unless he was on PEDs his whole time in college, I don't think that's he's probably got some natural ability too. And he'll be healthy when he comes back. It won't be like he shouldn't be gimped up. Not like some guy that's got Kevin Durant and tries to come back to play before he's really ready and then winds up just hurting himself worse.
I forgot about that positive angle of the PD suspension, but he will be coming back healthy. That's true. And rested.
Joe passing on another pick.
But will he face a performance-reducing reality?
Yeah, I don't know if he might be playing nose tackle because they've got Greg Gaines there. I mean, maybe sometime in the future. Honestly, if he's probably more likely to be like take the Michael Brockers role, who's really a defensive tackle, but will get rated as defensive end in a 3-4.
Yeah, but it's like I think guys that it's not like I'm expecting him to challenge a good guy for the current job. It's like Gaines been in the league a couple of years, his contract will come up, and will this guy have a chance to be starting then or even at 3-4 defensive end? We're talking in the 10th round, so
yeah, I think he's a little bit like Gaines is built more like a nose tackle. He's short and squatty. I think Brown is a little bit taller, a little more like a defensive end. Like you see, Kenny Clark looks like a nose tackle.
What do you guys think of Gaines going at 123?
5 nose tackles going to always catch people's attention.
And he's starting again this year for a team that's committed to a 3-4, and has recently been a pretty decent defense. People overpay for nose tackles just like they overpay for quarterbacks in this league. I've seen that time and again.
Hey Zeb, you want to announce me again?
Sure.
This will be a retread. I believe Montrevious Adams is available, right?
Yes.
You know what? Okay.
Pittsburgh.
Defensive tackle?
Yeah. I probably need 2 defensive tackles. I'm going to somebody. Zeb's got a career in got a future in the Jets front office.
I'm interning.
Exactly. After winning championships on his own and making the Super Bowl on his own, he wants to learn the Jet way. He got no championships, hardly any semifinal appearances.
No, never too old to learn new tricks.
That's right.
I thought I found me a steal at the linebacker. Then I see, Zeb just already took him.
Who was that?
The Jacob Phillips, the inside linebacker from Cleveland.
What? Hey, talk to me after. Maybe we can work out a deal.
He's supposed to be really fast. Yeah.
He is.
3rd round pick, I think, right? The NFL.
Yeah.
Yep.
I like that. If only I had Daniel Hunter still. I like with.
So this is a guy where I was talking to you about how our lads depth charts. They've got they have the Browns listed as a 4-2-5 defense, so they only have 2 linebackers listed as starters. And I'm kind of but Stratomatic is going to rate three people there. So I'm kind of guessing that he might be the 3rd rated linebacker. Whether he gets a good or not.
Any other possible starting linebackers that you can send my way?
How many do you need? Didn't you trade for Zach Cunningham?
No, I'm just saying, for a long future.
Future? What the hell is that?
Yeah.
Let me see if I find a future linebacker for you.
Well, I see I have Ben Neiman, Monty Rice.
In SOMIFA?
I don't know.
Well, somebody actually.
Monty Rice is gone.
Oh, is he? Okay, good.
Chris Rump was a 4th round pick. He was a backup outside linebacker.
He's gone too, I think.
Okay. In that case, good luck. I have that one for you. Even Garrett Wallow has been taken. He was wallowing on the bench, but he's now on Zeb's team.
Good one, Tom.
Hopefully Garrett Wallow's not wallowing. I actually read a lot of good stuff about that guy.
Somebody finally took Jackson.
I meant like in the draft terms, he was like wallowing on the bench, nothing going on. All of a sudden he gets the call. That was on Dallas. That's what I meant. I didn't mean that he's like a scrub.
Yeah.
It's possible to start enough online sites to spread misinformation to my fellow league members in Stratomatic about the players. How hard would that be?
Not that bad if you like did like a sting kind of thing. Put it on the forum that hey, I found the best depth chart site. Somebody would fall for it. Yeah. Find me a good Mr. Irrelevant, guys.
You looking at still looking at inside linebacker?
Nah,
any position. Let's see what I got for you. Let's see.
Who's your kicker?
I'm good. I got Graham Gano.
Wow.
No, I didn't really scout this shit, Dennis. So I don't get too upset with me if I don't want to be good here. Let's see. Is Mac Hollins available?
David Mayo was a 0-4, but
is Mac Hollins available, Dennis?
I don't need a card for this year. No, Mac Hollins is available.
I liked him coming up, and he's starting for the Raiders. I know he's older; he's already 28 in the card, but he's starting for the Raiders at wide receiver. And I read he's looking good in camp. I liked him coming up. Let's see. That's nice. He's only wide receivers. What's the worst you gonna do? You're not gonna like.
How's your offensive line looking, Dennis?
I could use some future.
What did you think about Stone Forsythe?
Not much. I mean, he's all right, but I don't think he'll ever get an opportunity.
Do you have the foresight to predict Forsythe's future?
Does he have the stones to go for Forsythe?
That's right.
There's actually two Stones available right now: Geno Stone and Stone Forth.
Michael Carter for the Jets, the defensive back, and
I already took him.
And Arthur Mollett, defensive back for Pittsburgh, is already older. He's a starting nickel, and he had some ability in the past. If you want to take a flyer on a potential decent slot corner next year, I would go with the other guy, Matt Collins, though.
Yeah, I like Mike Collins.
I liked him. He showed some flashes, but it's kind of weird. But 28 already in the car. And the Raiders are going to pass a lot with Josh McDaniels. Devonta Adams is going to get a bunch of catches. But yeah, I think he might do okay.
Yeah,
I mean, he was a kind of a guy who was just initially seen as being a special teams player, but I don't think he's going to be. I don't think he's going to be turning into Devontae Adams, but he might be like Nick Westbrook.
Hey, he could be D.D. Westbrook for all I care, as long as he gets some catches at some point.
Okay.
Now I'm regretting the recommendation. I could have got dumped Chris Conley and drafted Matt Collins.
I'll trade him to you for the other guy, the 047. Actually, I made that trade for Zach Cunningham, by the way.
Okay.
Good trade, I think. I would have done it.
I forgot about that option where I could cut one of my guys at the position and replace him. I was like, oh, my positions are covered. Damn it. I'm going to need the third receiver next year. I only have two receivers on the team. So
you can get a third receiver any year.
I know, but I know, but getting one in the supplemental is nice. It's better than just getting it just about anywhere else.
I got Zach Pascal in the supplemental a couple years ago. He's never been great, but he's, like you say, for a third receiver.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever been so thin at receiver. I usually have good receivers. I had one guy coming in with Juan Treadwell.
Hey, so what's the deal now with the roster numbers? We don't have to cut uncarded guys, but we have to.
Here's the deal. The deal is, if someone doesn't have a card, he stays with the team, okay, until he has not had a card for like 3 straight years. And if he's not had a card for 3 straight years, and you still want to keep him, then you got to use a roster spot.
Got it.
So like me with
Jason Barrett.
I've got Jawan James, and he's back on Baltimore, I believe. I think, and I had to read the update on. He's like a backup offensive tackle for them this year, and he had some ability. And it's like, okay, he would be cut otherwise because he had a card for 3 years. Whatever.
Makes sense. Okay,
Are you
so I
gonna
gotta.
hold on to Luck?
Say what?
Are you gonna hold on to Andrew Luck?
No.
Yeah.
Scrub. Weakling.
I heard he's coming back.
Yeah, I heard that too.
Are you going to hold Sam Darnold?
Hold on to who?
Sam Darnold?
Somebody's got to hold the clipboard.
Well, it looks like Andy Dalton's back on the trade market.
Ooh.
Zeb, you know who I've already been eyeing with anticipation?
Cam Newton.
Tyler Linderbaum.
You're looking way farther. See, this is the Jet way.
Exactly.
Long-term view.
This is your internship at work. At work. I'm just saying, what's the guy's name? Is it Lloyd Quisenberry? Lloyd,
Christmas.
the center on Denver. He's on my team.
Lloyd Cushenberry.
Yeah, thank you. Lloyd Cushenberry better step up his game. Because Tyler Linderbaum is just sitting there next to his draft, waiting to get drafted. How old is Ryan Kelly now? I got to watch out for you. How old is Ryan Kelly?
I don't know.
35.
Okay.
No. Not that old.
Do you have a good team? Look at this. I could upgrade it. I could have gotten rid of Chris Conley and brought in Mac Hollins, and I screwed myself by helping Dennis.
He wouldn't have lasted to your pick.
What?
I would have told Bob about him.
Well, you know who else? Here, Tom.
Yes.
Kadero Hodge is not a bad wide receiver option either.
Well, Mac Hollins was a guy that I happen to like myself personally. Like when he was coming up with my personal scouting stuff. So.
Did you look at Kadero Hodge?
I haven't scouted anybody this year.
Okay.
I've maybe like a handful of dudes. Like literally a handful. Like definitely under 10 players.
Okay. Well, he's somebody to keep your eye on in the supplemental draft.
Okay.
I don't know, where he'll stack up next to Chris Conley card wise.
Not to worry with the card. That's why the Devonta Freeman trade market is heating up.
Yes. You have an offer from me until I trade my pick.
Is Devonta headed down south? Is he heading out to the West Coast?
Or until I acquire a different linebacker, I suppose.
Let me see how much fun I can have with this. Substandard David Montgomery.
Well, I already traded my 3rd round pick, so you better go grab Nathan's.
I see.
Well, he may want to hold on to his running back, though. I actually think his team could be okay, but then he went and sabotaged his kicker. I don't know.
I like getting down to the 40 right before the half and pissing people off with the wrong field goal. David Montgomery's not that bad. Linebacker off tackle wrong, and he's bad enough that no one will get run against him. That's why he had a good year for me last year.
Ed makes a living off those types of backs, to be honest. I mean, he runs wrong a lot. Has really good offenses.
And I actually have a good flat pass quarterback and some good receivers that people are going to worry about.
Oh, yeah. You looked up in DJ Moore.
And Mark Andrews. That David Montgomery off tackle wrong is pretty decent, actually.
I haven't even looked at it.
And he can receive. Yeah, he's got.
You don't have to look at Bears cards very often.
He's got 2, 3, and 11 short game. 2 plus 21. Really, he's only got. He's got 29 units of 4 yards or more, and it's mostly 5 and 6 yards. Like literally, it's like +5, +5, +6.
Well, that matches the flat passer if that's what you got. I suppose. You really want that with like an old school Aaron Rodgers card.
Wait a minute, and I think Deion Dawkins is a 6, isn't he?
Deion Dawkins? I think he's a 5, isn't he?
He's a 5.
He's on your roster.
So are you surprised at Ed not making a quarterback move this draft?
No. Most of these quarterbacks probably suck.
Well, didn't Ed trade for someone?
So
Deion Dawkins is a 6.
there you go.
He traded up and got Baker Mayfield a couple years ago. And he's got Teddy Bridgewater, who you can't feel very confident in at this point.
If I had Mayfield like I did Northern Wind, I really would not be. I really would not be that worried right now. To be honest with you, I really would
Yeah, and Bridgewater can
not.
bridge.
Well, clearly, Bridgewater's a quarterback that's going to be played this year.
The only quarterback in this draft that I'll be excited to trade up and get would be Trevor Lawrence.
Yep.
None of these other guys really I'm really impressed me all that much. I don't mind Mac Jones. I don't mind him, I would say, but I wouldn't say I'm like excited to have him. And like to me, like I didn't do a lot of studying, all right, but I have a lot of concerns about all these other dudes.
Me too. I mean, I'm not excited about Justin Fields.
No.
But at the same time, I bet you there's going to be at least one or two of these guys, and I couldn't tell you which one of them who's actually going to turn into a competent NFL quarterback.
Competence is a low bar. Like, how good is competent?
Good enough to win. Good enough to win this league if you have a strong rest of your team.
Well, a bad Mariota and Trubisky played in the Super Bowl, so
hey, that's what I'm talking about. Gardner.
Mike Lennon won a Super Bowl as a rookie, so
yeah.
You can't really. So to say you could win the Super Bowl you could literally win the Super Bowl with any quarterback, just about. As long as the quarterback.
Well, also by competent, I guess I mean competent enough that team is going to keep trotting him out there year after year in real life, so that you're not having to go chase for a new card every time.
So that bar is just NFL starter.
That's why Andy Dalton is a great, maybe the textbook example of that for the longest time.
Did you try to trade for Dak, Zeb?
No.
Someone did. Someone else did. I think maybe it was Ed.
No, I
heard that was a ruse.
I felt that my perception of Dak and Tim's perception of Dak were too far apart for us to be able to find any mutually agreed upon trade.
Yeah, when I made a trade, I had tried to make a trade with Ed, and he said he was trying to line a big trade up potentially, so he didn't want to move any of those pieces. And then after I came to what would work for us, Tim told me that someone else had made another offer, but that liked my offer better. So
no, it wasn't.
I think that was a ruse, Dan. I think he was trying to drive the price up on you.
What's that?
Yeah. I think that was a ruse, Dan. I think he was trying to drive the price up on you.
No, it was after the fact.
I'm just here to see really.
Plus, when I made the offer, I came as strong as I was going to come in because he tried to add several times, several pieces. Like I must have said no, or if you want that guy, then I want this. Probably like 6 different scenarios, and I was like, I'm not doing anything more. That's it.
I'll tell you this: I would be pretty content to get Justin Fields at 21. It's like
I thought he was probably going to. I thought he was going to go in the sort of 8 to 15 range.
I would have predicted that as well.
I mean, that's where you want to get a quarterback if you're not so sure as you want
exactly.
to get
like Jared Goff at 20.
Same thing with running backs, really.
And like Zach Wilson at 25. It's like you need a quarterback. It's the second round. Well, I know he looked pretty bad last year, but it's like it's the second round.
Yeah,
that's where what's in got Lamar Jackson. I think in the second round.
Yeah.
Jeff. It's the second round. The same with Jalen Hurts. I mean, it's the second round. The guy's a starting NFL quarterback.
And I think Josh Allen went
and not to mention he was the number 2 pick overall. It's like Josh Allen I think was late one. I think it's like how do you not do that? It's like you have to do that, even if you hate the guy.
And so like I wasn't at all expecting to take Justin Fields, and like I said, I don't love it, but it was given my I had to.
I traded Trey Lance, right? So that trades up.
Yep. Yeah.
I wasn't expecting to take Trey Lance either. I was expecting to get Patrick Surtain. I thought it was going to be Trevor Lawrence, Mac Jones. I don't know the order of the teams, but I thought Trevor Lawrence, Mac Jones, Micah Parsons, and like Trey Lance would go.
I think Surtain's going to be a really good
Yeah,
corner.
he's the next. He's the next.
I would have liked to have seen the inside of TJ's war room when this traded down, because knowing TJ, I'm sure TJ was counting, really thinking he was going to be getting Micah Parsons at 3.
Lower.
Yep.
Yeah, what's his name? Yeah, it's not.
And I mean, TJ made a living in this league of having, Tom Brady and a bunch of scrubs and a great defense. And I've seen him draft so many of those kind of defensive players, and I know he was going to take Parsons at 3.
But the thing is, since he got Tom Brady, outside of outside of maybe one season or something, the defense has not been good anymore. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, because remember, he used to have back in the day, he had the amazing defense.
Yes.
And back in the day, he had the amazing
with 6 as a secondary and Cameron.
He had the amazing overall team. He had defense, offensive line, receivers, Jimmy Graham and tight end. He had amazing everything except he didn't have a quarterback. And then Colin Kaepernick came around, and he did well with him a couple of years, and then Kaepernick fell off, and then he didn't have anybody for years. And by the time he got Brady, he only the defense had been falling off, the offense had fallen off.
You're right. He got Brady later in the game.
And I think he's only had one team with Brady and a very good defense.
Yeah.
Because his defense.
He also had Rex Grossman.
Yeah, hey, Rex Grossman, sure.
I drafted Rex Grossman once.
The team where he threw long passes 75% of the time.
With that initial Rex Grossman.
Rex Grossman.
That's why I took him.
Bob needed a quarterback. Bob coming to this draft, Bob needed a quarterback. Going to last year's draft, Bob needed a quarterback. Except he had Drew Lock as his quarterback. Last year he passed on Joe Burrow. This year he passed on Trevor Lawrence. So Zach Wilson better get the job done.
That's a pretty bold
pair of passes.
Yes.
Well, who did you draft in last year's over Burrow?
Somebody very high, but you have to look at his roster.
Chase Young.
Ooh.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Ouch.
I mean, at the time, he was looked at kind of like.
I know, but if you need a quarterback,
yeah,
I was not even a huge Joe Burrow fan. But if you need a quarterback and Joe Burrow's there, you got to take him.
Yeah, he was good enough. It was kind of like,
It's like you have no decision, so you have to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, and to me, especially with Urban Meyer's situation, and with what's his name there now, Peterson, it's like you need a quarterback. You have to take Trevor Lawrence. You have to.
Yeah.
Or trade that pick and get you.
Oh yeah.
Well, I saw Trevor Lawrence was a clear number 1, and Mac Jones was a clear number 2. I didn't really see a clear number 3.
I think I had Trey Lance as number 3, but I can agree that it's not a clear number 3. And I really said,
exactly the same way. I had him as number 3, mostly based on his draft pedigree, but he hasn't shown anything, and just the way the 49ers are playing that situation kind of leads me to believe that they're starting to hedge your bets on him.
That'd be amazing if Garoppolo is starting by decision at some point this year.
Yeah.
Landon Dixon in the 3rd round. Michael Reeves on the phone?
He is not.
But Dennis, you got Nick Bolton. I like Nick Bolton. That's right. Yeah. Well, Michael's been drafting pretty well the last couple of years. They got Jamar Chase here. Trevin Mooring is supposed to be good. However how you pronounce his name. Didn't have his 2 because he made the flood there. That's with Dennis. Landon Dickerson. I like him. He's good. Then he traded.
Are you going through here and looking at all of Michael's picks?
I just had the first half of the roundup of the draft, but I was looking at Michael's picks. Yeah.
Yeah, great.
Another of your proteges who's been trained the Jetway.
Say what now?
I thought Michael was another of your proteges who's come up through the Jet system.
That's a controversial statement.
Tom did scold him a couple times.
I would say that I would say that Michael was eager to learn what I had to offer regarding young players, and that I think he has developed. And then from what I saw in Autumn Wind, and I think here last year especially, he really developed a lot of. Last year, he was really knew like a lot of all these players and had really developed a lot of knowledge about them, and I was really impressed with that. And so I think he has drafted pretty well in a couple of these spots. I do think he's still prone to the occasional head scratching move. But I've really seen it in the draft and this year and last year. So yes, if he's done drafting well, that'd be good. The coaching end of it, I actually helped Mike a lot with coaching because he was like brand new to strap basically. Where I played like a little as a kid. But coaching is almost you got to kind of almost find your own way a little bit with coaching. You know what I'm saying?
Like Nathan says, there's different. There's not one formula to winning coaching.
So, well, you have to have the 7 short pass, right and wrong, complete. Otherwise, it's all over. Sell it.
Cordell Stewart had a 7 on the long pass, right and wrong.
Did he really?
He did.
Was it a must run? Right, it was a long game.
My first year in the league. Actually, I think the guy that might have been Ed's protege traded him to me, or maybe it was the other way around. Maybe
who was Ed's protege?
Sorry, Ed taught Andy, and Andy traded him to me in my face-to-face league.
Oh, okay.
Got that backwards.
So, did you live down in California for a while?
No, I actually used to travel down there a lot. So we'd go play a bunch of games, and then we had like 3, 4, 5 of us up here that played. So we had like, divisions, I guess you'd call it. Pre-computer.
I guess I better draft it. I better develop an opinion on Mac Jones now that I've made him my franchise quarterback. See, I traded one spot to get him. Probably go about 3 and late 4. So,
how did that trade come together, Tom?
1 second.
Tom was afraid he made a really good quarterback pick.
Exactly.
He had to trade him away.
Get rid of this guy. What happened was, like many Americans, I assumed that Mac Jones was going to go in the top before number 5 of this draft, right? So then I saw pre-draft in the Slack trade channel that Kurt Retzlaff posted that he's looking to trade down for number 4, but he wants to stay in the top 10 and get a first-round pick next year, right? And I'm like, well, I'm not doing that because
you do.
I'm at number 5. I'm at number 5, and there's no one I'm going to trade at one spot for and give up a pick next year when my team's going to be lousy. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So then when I saw like Patrick Surtain going number 3, I was like, whoa, I wasn't expecting that. You know what I'm saying? And then I was like, wait a minute, Mac Jones is available, and Kurt's looking to trade out of number 4. So right away, I'm like, I almost missed it. Like it took me like 15 seconds before I realized that. I was like, oh no, he's going to make a pick. So I immediately like messaged him, which takes me longer than most people because of my disability. And I said to him, hey, hold on, I might make you an offer here. And then like I looked things over. I have a draft grid, basically like NFL Ed's league draft grid. Like I highlight all the jet picks, like where it says MYJ. I highlight those in green, so I can like very easily visually see where my picks are and when the next one is upcoming. Right? It's a very good system. And I was like, what can I give him? Because I knew like I was already had like a roster crunch and like needed to move picks anyway, or I was going to waste them. So I was like, oh, I could give him like this 3 and like 2 4s, and he'd probably go, and I wouldn't really miss it. And then I'm like, or just draft Trey Lance. And I'm like, that's kind of a lot for Trey Lance, to move from Trey Lance to Matt Jones. So I ended up not making an offer. I didn't tell him, never mind, I'm good. I made no offer. So I'll just take Trey Lance, okay? So he makes Mac Jones, I take Trey Lance, and then like a few minutes later, I message him. I'm like, I thought about offering you like a 3 and 2 4s to move up one. He's like, oh, no. What happened was he messaged me. He was like, I really didn't want to take Mac Jones or Trey Lance. So then I'm like, oh, he's not even happy with Mac Jones. So, and I was like, I know what you mean, which I did know what he meant, because I was, and I was especially about Trey Lance. So I was like, in my head, I'm like, oh, he didn't like either guy. I was like, wait a minute, maybe I can move Lance for Jones to give him a little more. So like, I got to give him something. So I was like, oh, let me give him like this late 3 and this late 4 and see if he goes. So I said, hey, I said, give me a minute. And I said, then I said, I'll give you Lance and this late 3 and this late 4 for Mac Jones. He said, let me think about it. And then like, I don't know, like 8 minutes later, he's like, I'll do that deal. And I was like, all right. And away we go. I still had an early 3, an early 4, and another late 4. I traded away a 3 and a 4, and I still had an earlier 3 and 2 other 4s. So it's like I still had picks there. And I got Tyson Campbell and Aaron Banks and Evan McPherson with those picks. And the guy the picks I traded away, I probably would have taken maybe Aaron Banks earlier, right? And I don't know who would have taken this, but the other pick, maybe Matt David early, like a guy I took a few picks later. So it's like I was taking guys I already took anyway, and then who would I have gotten instead? It's hard to say. I mean, it may have ended up like Liam Eichenberg, and so I might have like Liam Eichenberg and Boogie Basham like also on my roster, or like Liam Eichenberg and Tevin Jenkins or Terrence Marshall Jr. also on my roster. So we'll see.
What do you guys think about?
How are you? Okay.
Wayne took Christian Darrisaw 1 pick in front of Creed Humphrey, and it looks like he could use a center also.
Oh wow! Who was offensive?
I drafted both of them in Autumn Wind.
Nice.
But I drafted them pretty far apart from each other. I thought that Humphrey might be the better choice there, but I mean, maybe he prefers the position more, I guess.
Who's got to tackle?
Well, I looked, and I think he needs both.
Well, I mean, I feel like a lot of people will prefer a tackle over a center if they need both.
He's got 4'7" Brian O'Neill and 5'3" Bobby Massey and 4'4" Caleb McGarry. So he's got some.
McGarry's still starting, I think. I'm not sure.
He's got Danny Penter at center as a 4-0. Or is he a 4? What is he? He's a 4-0.
That's a tough call. I can't fault somebody for going for the hopefully start offensive tackle. But Humphrey played so well. He looks like he might be an all-pro type of player.
They're both quality.
Exactly.
Yeah, like I said, I took them both on a win. I'm definitely not bashing the pick at all. I'm just, he slipped to me. That's why I took him. I took him at 2-1 in Autumn Wind.
I think with that team, I probably would have taken Humphrey. I probably taken Humphrey with that team.
I took Humphrey up at like number 11. I want to say.
So
maybe
draft pedigree was also a factor.
Yeah.
Well, I do think that there were guys like Spencer Brown that you could have taken later in a draft. With Humphrey, I feel like there's a bigger drop off at center in this draft.
Yeah, and Sam Cosme was a good choice, I think, too.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is that, but Darius was a left tackle. More likely to get 7s, and these other guys are not.
Yeah.
So that's a huge.
I hope they both do well. I just was a little surprised to see.
Where did you get those guys in order to win, Nathan?
I got Humphrey at 11, and I got Darrisaw at 31.
Oh, nice.
That's a steal.
Yeah.
But it's a double counting.
And then Dennis got Devonta Smith at 32. Those were the two guys I was,
Dennis got who?
Devonta Smith, the guy I took at 24 in this draft. A receiver.
Yeah, that's a double counting league on the defense.
Right. So
offensive players always go later. People are starting for defensive players.
Yeah, the corners are coming off the board a lot quicker than in this league, for instance.
Yeah.
Hey, so I actually like your idea there, Tom, about highlighting your own picks in green.
It's a jet way.
Well, although I'm in Dallas, so would you, as a cowboy way, would you recommend using blue or what color should I?
The Jet organization believes that dark blue would be the appropriate color in that situation.
Perhaps I'm concerned that would make it hard to actually read the text then.
Well, perhaps no. You had to go. Then you got to go double clicking. Then you got to go with a gray or silver font. It's a little extra work.
That's going to be the cowboy way.
A little extra work, but
it's a good use of your time.
It might pay off.
Yeah.
You'd be surprised at the energy you get during late in the draft. You're a little fatigued when you scroll down and you see your team's colors jumping out of the sheet, and your prideful pick, the picks you made proudly, that the name's next to it. Give that extra boost, caffeine free.
A lot of my picks I'll make with shame though. Is there a color you use for that?
I would. Let me find a good shame color.
A shame color like.
I don't have one.
Yeah, Trey Sermon in the 5th round was a little shameful for me.
In XL, the third purple one looks kind of ugly. You know, gray is a great shame color. You can hardly even notice the pick, and you know that's a color of despondence. But that third purple one looks pretty bad. Let's see. In XL, the default theme color, the fifth one there. It's kind of an odd shade of like brick red. That's kind of like uglyish. Unless you're a Washington Commanders fan.
Who is a Washington Commanders fan?
Kurt Klein, a.k.a. Heavy Jumbo.
Possibly Keith Mowbray.
Yes, Keith.
He lives down in Virginia or West Virginia. I think he lives down in Virginia. I think he lives in the Shenandoah Valley.
Well, maybe I shouldn't say anything since all the Rams games, they have to use a silent count when they're at home. I don't see that problem in Washington.
As I unintentionally dox a Strat member.
What? What'd you just say?
As I unintentionally dox a Strat League member.
Oh.
But I said that's the guy's name and where he lives. That's not good. I'm supposed to do that.
Well, I think if you were going to do it, it wouldn't be anyone in this league.
Well, I would never intentionally do it. Zeb, you didn't need a kicker, did you?
No. What I need is I needed to be able to draft another kicker and use their special teams card for my kick coverage. But I'm happy with my actual kicker.
Do you have Denver?
Yes.
How bad is it?
You haven't checked out the cards this year, have you, Tom?
I have not checked out the cards this year. No,
I don't know what it says.
Give me just a second here. I wish I could screen share it just so you could see it. This isn't.
I do have League Manager open. I can look. So.
Okay. Yeah. You look and you get back to me.
All right. Well, we'll do a reaction shot. Hold on. At least audio. Hold on.
The only good news is that there will be a lot of touchbacks this year.
So what they do? They change the cards a little bit to fewer -8s and more touchbacks.
Well, I think they've changed them for individual to better reflect team performance.
Do you want me to add somebody else's screen to share so you guys can?
Oh my God!
Draft review thing?
No, we
Tom has not seen the Denver kickoff coverage cards yet. We were just getting his reaction to my.
Anthony Schwartz is one of the worst chip returners in the league. He might take one out. 53-50 just for shits and giggles, as they say.
Well, you're not going to get very many of those because there's so many touchbacks on the cards now too.
But anything that's not a touchback is going to be run out. I can guarantee that.
Maybe not.
For sure.
What the math is on? Depends on your kick return. What the math is on that?
I'm returning them.
My guy is like 6 + 6, 18 yards, and it's 8 yards deep.
Hey, it could backfire. It can work both ways.
Yes. We've all seen that. One second, guys.
But that was, I think, Dennis is still here. It looks like he disappeared, but I know they talked with Glenn on his preseason show, which you missed, I think.
Yeah, Jay did it with.
It was Jay, but I think that Glenn discussed the thinking that went into the making of that card.
Looks like you're beefing up your team there, Tim.
Well, I don't think I've ever actually traded a future first round in any league I've ever been in, so that felt a little odd.
Wait a minute. What about the infamous IFL O.J. Simpson trade? You didn't trade a number one future to get the juice?
I'm sorry, for what?
The infamous IFL O.J. Simpson trade. You didn't give up a future one to Nick Wolf in that deal? Not even?
No, I traded
my God.
Jim Tyrer.
Oh, no,
Ed
I don't
Brady,
want to hear it. I don't want to hear the infamous O.J. Simpson deal. Please
Essex Johnson,
please don't restate it. That was TRC worthy in my view for the Juice. Bob Johnson, I think you gave him that deal as well.
Yeah, no, I've drafted him. I think in that draft though.
I mean, you gave him a center as well. I thought maybe you had Bob Johnson. You gave the other center.
Yeah, he got a number one, which could have been Mercury Morris had he wanted it, and Essex Johnson. He took Jim Kick, and then Tyrer and Buddy, who were both sick
yes.
regularly. So,
yes.
But yeah, nobody else offered him
O.J.
really
Simpson.
anything because the stigma attached. So,
that could have been the stigma. Could have been.
So, Tim, what was I like Javonte Williams a lot. I thought I was kind of curious trading up one pick to get him. Were you just worried that Joe was going to take him if you didn't?
No, but when you're that close to somebody you really want, what the hell's a fifth rounder to me?
Exactly. Yeah.
I'm honestly, I'm trying to remember a running back I ever liked better. I mean, you think about a guy like Derrick Henry. I rated him 25th. I mean, that draft, and he turned out great. I had Javonte ranked 9th overall. Got really close to Pitts. Missed him by like 4 or 5. Sewell, who I had ranked above him as well, but once he was there, just to cut, right there on the edge, I was just like, I think I'd rather just go ahead and make the deal rather than have somebody jump up and get him, like Nathan, who likes running backs.
That's true. Joe was putting that pick out there, so anybody could have taken it.
Yep.
Yeah.
And Ron did jump up after you made your pick and took the pick where you were sitting and drafted the other running back. So who knows?
Mitchell, was it?
Yeah.
He might have made a deal, and who knows if he would have preferred Jawanda over Elijah. I don't know.
I wasn't sure how everybody else, I didn't really talk about it before the draft, obviously, but I wasn't sure how everybody else saw him as a ranking. Like, say, I saw him around 9. I didn't have Najee Harris much farther. He was like 12 or 14.
Javonte was my number one back.
I didn't do any video work this year, basically, Tim. So I told Zeb before the draft that I wasn't even lying. Wasn't even joking, rather. I probably did only about 3% of my normal draft work this year. Like last year, I probably did about maybe a little half of my previous work. I did about 3% of what I was doing a few years ago. But so I did not do the video scouting. So I don't have a Tom Cook video opinion of Javonte Williams to give you, I'm afraid. And I didn't even have I basically finished my draft prep at like 10 o'clock this morning. I basically did it for like 3 separate days this week, and that's it. That's all I did. So I don't have. People still want to ask my opinion and stuff, but I don't have really informed opinion on a lot of these things. Like at him, I know he's a good player. I don't like myself with the naked eye, but I don't have like a whole opinion like I normally would.
Yeah, let me take a shot and look at who else I was looking at there. Let's see. Darisaw, Christian Darisaw to me was the next guy on my board at that slot. Like I say, I liked Najee Harris, but Darisaw would have been my next guy that I was going to take if I didn't move up.
So, any thoughts on how the Denver trade for Russell Wilson may impact Javonte Williams' card? Are any concerns there?
No, because he's so young. I mean, we're just starting his career, and that's kind of what I'm hoping for. Maybe, I kind of worry about, Miles Sanders ever being a huge carry guy. So I kind of felt like I was I sort of had like a running back 2 going into the season long term. And I felt like it might be a good time to make an investment if I could get one of those 2 guys. But, like I say, Ed Sewell dropped or, Surtain, those guys I had rated above him.
Surtain wasn't dropping, that's for sure.
Yeah, I don't see Surtain. That's the thing is you guys were talking about TJ earlier. Right? He might have been just as happy getting Surtain as Parsons. I mean, possibly.
That could be. That was what Zeb brought up. Is something I mentioned earlier when you took Javonte. Was one concern I had. If you looked at him compared to Elijah Mitchell, I've not scouted Javonte. I liked a lot what I saw with the naked eye last year. So I'm definitely not like saying, oh, no, not a good pick. But I was concerned that I'm wondering with Russell Wilson, is Denver going to become a pass first offense with Russell Wilson and that
and the Hackett as their coach.
Yeah, and is that going to make it harder for Javonte to get the type of cards, to get good cards, even if he puts up good numbers? That is one concern I have about his current situation.
True. I did actually give some thought to that. Not that it would have moved him up very much or moved him down, but I thought about all the good cards Marshawn Lynch would get. So
yeah, that's true. But that was in a run first offense.
That's exactly right. It was earlier in Wilson's career for sure.
Yeah.
Well, that would be the only reason that I would potentially. I mean, Mitchell, I think, has the better card this year. I'm pretty sure, and he's on the Niners, who run a lot, but you don't feel as good about him, like as a play. It's one of those things where it's strat versus real life,
Yeah, Bob is
you want your card to end up versus.
And I kind of broke a rule this year that I normally would keep because, like I say, I sort of liked him better than a lot of prospects over the years. Is if you don't really need their card this year, don't take a first round running back. I mean, it's hard to speculate at running back, but like I say, he was just kind of a mold breaker a little bit for me.
I think you fit your team well because you have loaded up, and this is the year to get the running back, to get the extra carries,
Yeah, it's not going to be a big upgrade, for instance, over, obviously Sanders is better, and Darrell Williams and Foreman are almost as good as this year's Javonte Williams, so he's definitely more of a long-term kind of thought.
But almost as good as not as good, so he does still help, right away, like Dave was saying. But yeah, I like a lot of things you said. I like the idea. Yeah, like you said, Sanders gets injured. Now I've got two good guys there. And you got, of course, Mahomes. So I like all that stuff a lot. And the way I feel about the quarterback situation regarding evaluating running back cards, it's like if I like the running back, it's like I throw that stuff out the window. It's like if I like the running back, it's like I don't care. It's like if I really like him, I know I should care. I know it should factor. If I really like the guy, I'm gonna take him anyway. I just can't pass on a guy that I really like, and I have not scouted this guy enough to have my usual opinion. So, if you like him a lot, and you've got a pretty good track record running backs too, I mean, you drafted LaShawn McCoy high. It's a good sign. So we'll see.
It's funny because of his elusiveness. I thought he would have a longer career because when I watched his college tape. He's one of those guys that's just really hard to get a shot on. McCoy, very, very, some of the best footwork in NFL history, probably at running back. So, Williams will get hit, but I just feel
how long of a career he won? He had a pretty good run there for a while.
No, that's what I mean. That's why I took him so early in drafts way back then. I thought he would be able to have a long career because he could avoid hit.
Well, that's not Javonte Williams style.
He'll absorb them more than avoid them. More like a Derrick Henry.
This is more like Frank Gore, who also had a long career.
Yeah.
Deuce Staley was a pretty violent runner.
Javonte's got a nice off tackle run card there. I like that.
Yeah.
And he's got a pretty good way. Catch a short pass. That's nice. Okay.
But I'm sure you guys have talked about it, but a couple of guys I was probably overrating and underrating compared to other people maybe. I had Kyle Pitts overall, my third overall prospect. Like I say, I would really like to have got up and got him. I think Nathan's probably the same way.
I actually would have taken Parsons or Surtain over Pitts, but I loved getting Pitts in autumn win. When I tried to trade up originally in that league, I tried to trade to pick 5, thinking I might get someone like Surtain. If I was hold on a sec, I gotta take a call here.
I'm probably lowest of everybody in Trey Lance. I do like him, but I had him ranked overall 10th this year. So.
That's pretty high for a guy you don't like. To me,
yeah, I always rank quarterbacks high. I had
overall. If I don't like a quarterback, he doesn't make my top 50. You know what I'm saying?
I had Lawrence and Wilson 1-2 this year, so I really liked Zach Wilson and shocked.
Really?
Oh yeah, I really liked him.
I hope you're right.
Reminds me a lot of Tony Romo, in that he may take time to develop, but he's maybe not necessarily a big must runner, which I like, but he's a guy that looks downfield, is very accurate, and hopefully he can learn the NFL like Romo did. And
his biggest problem as a rookie, he holds on to the ball way too long. He's always trying to make something happen, and he makes some questionable decisions under fire. He was only a rookie, of course, I know that, but it's like if I could change one thing about him, it would be, dude, you got to get the ball out, like 1-2, get the ball out, and he just holds on to the ball so long. I know he's only a rookie. I know he can work on that and stuff like that. As a Jet fan, I'm very concerned about him. And to be honest, as a Jet fan, I don't believe he's going to be a good player. I hope I'm wrong because he's got. I hope I'm wrong because it'd be nice to have a good quarterback on our team. But I have a lot of concern about him. Really, after I did look at the quarterbacks a little bit. I really didn't scout Mac Jones at all. Ended up trading for. You saw I traded for him, right, Tim?
What's that?
Did you see that I traded for Mac Jones or no?
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
I like the trade. I think he's a little safer than Trey Lance is.
Yeah, that's a general opinion. That was my view as well. But I didn't scout him at all because I needed quarterbacks. I was going at 5. I just assumed he was going like 2 or whatever, 2 or 3 or 4. And then I didn't do my normal prep. Normally I have an opinion on everybody. So I didn't even scout him. But the other quarterbacks after Lawrence and Mac Jones, I really didn't like any of the rest of these guys, really. And I think they kind of went – I think Justin Fields went about like they kind of went like where they should. I was surprised Zach Wilson fell so far just because, look, the guy was drafted number 2 overall. He is starting. Okay, he was injured last year. They had put some pieces around him. Normally, you would expect a guy like that to certainly go in the first round. I know he went 25. But I thought 20. But if you put it that way, 25 doesn't sound that bad, actually. If you say second round, you're like, I don't know, but 25 isn't that bad. But I like Trey Lance. I told Nathan, I did watch him last year. I watched some of his highlights last year because I was curious. I feel like Shanahan's know what they're doing with the quarterbacks. They traded so much to get him. This is Mike Shanahan's hand-picked guy. And when I watched him, I was just like, he does not protect his body when he runs. He runs and he's not trying to run over like linebackers and DBs, but he doesn't avoid the contact. And I'm like, this guy's just, to me, when I saw last year in his highlights, I'm like, he's like an injury machine. Like this guy, if he doesn't change this, and he's not built the most powerfully, he's built like a rookie wide receiver. Like if he doesn't change this, he's gonna get injured like left and right willy nilly. That's my big concern about it. And I didn't really see the passing that made me go, oh wow, this guy's really really great. I don't know. Maybe he's gonna be great, and I'm not killing him. I took him because I need a quarterback. I did not have an NFL starting quarterback, and all I had to do is spend this pick to get one. And I know the Shanahan's, are great with quarterbacks and this and that. And hey, maybe I'm wrong, and he gets some good strat cards at least before he collapses. But I felt better about trading a little bit of stuff like you did with Javonte. I did trade more than you did. I traded a late 3 and a late 4 to move up and get the player. In this case, not that I really liked, but that I felt more comfortable with. I feel like at least Mac Jones will at least have like a 10-12 year career as a decent starter. Whereas Trey Lance, if he was much more of a wild card, could be tremendous or could be a total bust or injury all the time. Ben, I'm sorry. I mean to monopolize the conversation.
One of the other things I think about Wilson and Romo is I think Wilson might have some years where he, has injury issues. He's kind of built, like say, a little bit like that. And as far as Mac Jones, he's a guy I kind of project to be a lot like Kirk Cousins. He's going to probably, just be a really solid quarterback who's maybe a little better than other people think when you're looking at, measurables like this guy's got a bigger arm, this guy's taller, et cetera, et cetera. He may struggle with the long pass and strat year to year, and maybe his interceptions are a little closer to 3 some years, but I could see him having a really, really solid 10 or 12 year career too. So I like him.
Yeah. If he ends up like Kirk Cousins or whatever, I'll be fine with that. Like I said, I'm looking for. I was like, all right, if he could be like my Derek Carr, or we know he's not going to be Patrick Mahomes, Justin Herbert, one of these guys who's winning MVPs and throwing for 5,000 yards and throwing 50 touchdowns in a big year. We know Mac Jones is not going to do that, But if he could be like my Derek Carr or Kirk Cousins, certainly, it's that's I'll take that on my team, if I have nobody, so we'll see what happens. It's funny. I said to the guys earlier, I traded up for the guy. Now I have to develop an opinion on him. Now I've got so I will be scouting him tonight and look at him and hopefully I won't be disappointed. If I will be if you see a Mac Jones trade coming in the future. Could happen.
Tim, with Pitts, I was looking. He's the only tight end other than Mike Ditka to get 1,000 yards as a rookie, and no one's even had 900.
You know,
But even receiver rookies at 1,000, there aren't that many.
Excuse me for interrupting. I realize I have an appointment right now online. I have to run. I'll talk to you guys later. It's 4 o'clock. Later, guys.
My only real worry about Pitts might be that he gets moved to wide receiver a couple of years, and I'd hate to lose his ability to play tight end, but I just love it.
I think they'll always list
potential.
him as the tight end, and so he'll get it even when, like, I think Jimmy Graham was spending like 70% of the time in the slot or something for those years.
That's the new NFL.
Yeah, they'll call him the tight end. Plus, they're never going to outright call him a receiver because they'd have to pay him more. You know, they ever have to franchise tag him or make a contract extension with him.
I think it's interesting you do that much work on quarterbacks when you have Patrick Mahomes already, Tim.
Well, I had Marcus Mariota in S28, so I had to spend a little time trying to figure out what I was going to do there.
This is some crossover.
Yeah, and so I'd already kind of looked at him a little bit, but I watched a lot of tape. I think he had a better year than Trevor Lawrence did as a senior, and you can see where there's great pass protection in his tape. He had some time to throw and such, but he's one of those guys that didn't hurt that as well. The quarterback always kind of gets undervalued in their ability to avoid or take sacks, and he's one of those guys that had really good pocket sits as far as, I need to step up one step here, and these guys are going to be too far behind me and things. He helped some of that too, and I just watched some of his back shoulder throws and such. It's like, I don't know, this guy's got kind of some Aaron Rodgers-ness to him, qualities, and so I really liked him. And I'll be honest, he was about third on my list at 11 or 12 where I picked as far as who I would have actually taken, and wouldn't have been about developing and getting rid of one as much as just it's hard to pass up on somebody you really, really like a lot. No, I do like him.
Well, that would be good for Bob because Bob has passed on some quarterbacks in the recent couple drafts that maybe he should have taken.
Yeah,
it's always a risk at quarterback because if it's a bust, you don't even get to play if you're under 100 attempts in SOMIFA. So.
Well, that's the beauty of your two quarterback system, right? The genius of it.
I didn't really expect to have two kind of like that. I was kind of thinking more like a Eli and Dalton kind of thing where you've got a couple that, one or the other might be a top 10 guy, but I got very lucky in the way they developed. I would have taken Wentz over Dak. I got lucky the way that worked out. So.
What do you guys think of Tryon Shoyka? I think is the name of the guy I took in the second.
Well, he's from here in Washington State. You know that, right?
Yeah, I had done some reading on him, and I'm hopeful he's going to be a big pass rusher. But I know that I think maybe I've liked him more than other people based on where he's been going in drafts.
I had him as a second round value personally. So
yeah, I took him at the end of the second.
I don't remember where he went in S28.
I've got it right here. Let me take a look. 40th.
Yeah, well, he didn't. It's hard to say because he didn't play much last year.
Yeah, I guess he did go in the second in autumn wind also. Maybe he wasn't going that late. I think maybe I just had him ahead of a couple of guys to start this all off with. I liked him better than Owe, Odafe, or whatever. But he could be good too. There's just a lot of good options. I think sometimes it just ends up being when you have that many strong players at a position, there's a couple that are going to go before or after that consistently surprise me, I guess.
That's kind of what had made me kind of push a couple of defensive ends and even Jalen Phillips down a little bit as after acquiring Bosa, I've got Davenport, I've got DeMarcus Lawrence still. Nick Harris may move to defensive end, and I just kind of felt like I'm getting overstacked at defensive end if I take one of these guys high. And I kind of had a big X next to don't take a quarterback and don't take a defensive end if you can, just to kind of avoid and kind of stick to your grocery list instead of shopping for what looks good while you're there and hungry. So.
Yeah, I need to do that a little more often. Some of these players are not always fitting what I need, although I did get the receiver at least. Did you draft, or was that Michael? One of you drafted Devonta Smith in another league.
Not me.
Must have been Michael.
Neither. Somebody else got a really good value with him. Was it Dennis? That's it, Dennis Crowley.
You got him at number 32 overall in Autumn Wind, and I got Darisaw at 31 there.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
there's a couple of good players there.
Yeah, I had Darisaw ranked 12th overall. If I didn't have Ronnie Stanley coming back, I might have moved him above Jelani Williams, to be honest.
Well, I had like 0 linemen in Autumn Wind. I had nothing, so I took Creed Humphrey after I moved up to get Pitts, as you know, thinking that I wasn't sure what I'd get at 13. I don't know. I wasn't sure if I was going to be happy with it. And then ended up with Creed Humphrey and Darisaw, so I was pretty happy there. What do you think about Dagura getting him in the 5th round?
Kind of needed this card, and I kind of thought about it. Am I moving him up a little too much? Because I really don't. I've only got 2 5s and 3 4s on the offensive line, and a 4 with Knox at tight end. I thought about it. I was like, I like him well enough that I'm okay with it. I'll definitely use the card
in our drafts, and he's that perfect matchup for your team. Have that option.
Yeah, it'd be great if he was ranked at blocking back. Like.
He is.
Nah, but a 0-0. I mean,
I
would like to have seen that 0-5 that I've been getting with Jarwin or Ebron recently. That was a huge kind of hidden tool that you kind of have on your team when you've got those great blocking backs like that. But he'll get some great matchups playing second tight end for me.
Well, yeah. That's why I traded for Ebron last year. I traded Jared Cook for him basically, and I mean, I think he led my team in catches in SSFA. You get someone at blocking back that's pretty good catching against all these crummy linebackers, and they can't double team him without leaving a bunch of guys on the edge open. He protects you from getting double teamed by that linebacker, and they have to use the free safety to double team him if they want to. So
yeah, and if your second tight end is mostly kind of a flat kind of guy most of the time, it's hard to get any use double teaming with the middle linebacker. So you're almost have to use the free safety to double team him. And
you do. Yeah, there's no other option.
And
if I could have my best receivers at any position, I'd say running back and blocking back, just because it limits the defense the most.
Yeah, that did have something to do with it because he has the dot, and Darrell Williams, who can go long this year, also has the dot. So it'll create some interesting pressure if people are trying to double team Ruggs too much.
I think that's what you want with Mahomes and your receivers. You got DK and you got Ruggs. I mean, it'll be a good offense.
Could be. I'd like to have a better offensive coordinator in charge of it sometimes, but it could be. We'll see. I get a feeling
now, no matter what you do, when all your guys are awesome, you can't make the wrong decision when you decide to do something, though.
Yeah, I kind of fall in love with the run too much if people are just giving it to me. That's kind of one of my philosophies. I've been running out of carries in leagues, even though I kind of felt like that was one of the things wrong with my team toward the end of the Romo days, and that had a little bit to do with what's his name, Doug Williams draft. I was just trying to kind of fatten out because I had Shady and Turpin, but I just kind of feel like I'm always leaving myself to the point where I'm kind of running out of carries, and I kind of wanted to get away from that as much as I could, and fell right back into it after Coleman kind of went down. I had Sanders, but I had to spend a 3rd round pick for Adrian Peterson last year just to even get by, and I was just like, that's why I've been hesitant about trading Deontay Foreman. It's just, it's one of those real values if you can just, use up a a Sanders, so to say, and not worry about, what you go to next, not having a gigantic drop off.
Are you in SOMIFA?
In what?
Are you in SOMIFA?
No, I was with the charter draft, but I stayed only about 4 years.
So
Kind of feels weird to me.
I traded for Miles Sanders. I had Raheem Mostert. I drafted Cam Akers. I had Darrell Henderson already. I drafted Ernest Johnson. I mean, I loaded up, and people, they just still kiss pass, but I'll run it all day. And
yep.
I mean, I made it to the championship. I lost against a really good team, but I had, Drew Brees, so he was a pretty good quarterback.
But you guys have had some influence on that. Knowing Cook was sitting behind Derrick Henry makes it a lot easier just to take those first 24 carries in the first half. Or
I mean, it's how I won SOMIFA in the Super Bowl. I just ran and ran. And
yeah, and that's what I was going to say. This past year, you're sitting on Singletary, and you've got the guy from Baltimore and some
Dobbins.
Yeah, and then you had another guy.
Gibson.
Yeah, so having those extra carries really helps because you're not really concerned with, the guy on the other end. We all go through this on defense. If you see an opponent only has so many rushing carries, you're like, you could probably give up, like 60 yards in the first drive, and if it takes him 5 or 8 of his rushing attempts, now we're down to like 8 or 9 for the whole rest of the 40 minutes that we're playing. You're almost willing to do that sometimes just to kind of tilt the field a little bit where you.
Well, the best thing is when you have a guy like Ruggs, when you're running like that, you're actually going to get to take advantage of some of that guess wrong column. Like, because if you run enough, they're going to call some run.
Yep. You see, both of you guys and Zeb, especially in the last couple of years, like guys like Peoples-Jones, can be really effective when they're always guessed wrong, popping in big time long games.
Definitely. All right, I'm going to get off. I got to grab lunch. Good talking with you guys.
Yeah, who hosted this?
Dennis.
So we'll get off of here and it'll just run blank until he shows back up.
He might be around. He might be lurking.
I'll send him an email.
Okay. See you guys later.
Take care, Nathan.
Bye, Tim.
Take care.